Good afternoon. So it is released. This is the loading screen of Flight Simulator 2024. I was going to wait until it had finally finished downloading to go live. However, I've seen on Twitch that a whole bunch of streamers have gone live with this and they're just watching the loading screen. So we may be here for a while watching the loading screen before we get to fly or do anything, but I wanted to jump on because once people start watching other streams, they may not come and join mine. But we are at 7% of basically the install, and everybody is trying to get this installed. So this could be a while, but we're hyped, we're good to go. We're testing out the stream, and yeah, we will be flying the career mode as soon as the download completes. But yeah, it's taking its sweet time. To make up for this though, we will be doing, as I start the career mode tonight, we will spend most of tomorrow going through the career mode as well. So I'll be on for many hours tomorrow doing more of the career mode. If you are watching at work or at home, let me know. Everybody streaming this game, unless they manage to get an early release, is all streaming the loading page right now. Everybody is streaming the install page. Nobody has it yet. I have downloaded it. This is where we all are. So don't change the channel. Don't go to another stream because we are all in the same position. Some of the other guys on Twitch haven't even downloaded the game yet. So, well, I guess I'm still downloading it in the background as well. So, yeah, we've started early, so you can all watch the loading screen with me. That didn't work. Let me try that again. Okay, we've moved to 9%. Really exciting. We'll talk through, tell you what we'll do whilst we're waiting for this, because it'll take a little bit of time. Hopefully not that long. We'll talk through the achievements. So let me see if I can bring up this window in OBS. Let me add an extra window to the stream. Window capture. Achievements, because we all know that I'm a huge achievement hunter. And I'm a little bit disappointed actually with the achievements that are in this game. Because, oh, there we go, it's captured it. Perfect. Because they all just seem to be. So if we go back to my library now, go to the achievements, see if that's showing up. It is. All of the achievements, well, not all of them, but a lot of them are aimed at like taking pictures and stuff, and like more gamification of it rather than the achievements in 2020, which were like fly every plane. 300 miles, clock up a bunch of hours, land an ILS landing, these sort of actual pilot type things. These achievements, and we'll go through a few, so it's like complete a flight in any game mode. Okay, fine, so you get your first flight achievement. I kind of think that's a bit cheating, but whatever, right? Earn your wings, so get your private pilot's license. We could probably do that in our first flight, but we won't because Baby Steps says complete your first tutorial training mission. And then there's also an achievement for going through all of the VFR training. So if we want to go through and get the achievements from the beginning, then we're going to have to go through some of the training just to tick off the achievements. The photographer ones I'm not that excited about. I'll do them, but it's not really my idea of fun. touch and goes, we'll certainly hit that. Touch and goes at 2 different airports in a single session, easy enough. Earn all 20 base certifications in the career, that will be a challenge, I think, because helicopters and rotocopters not really my thing, so that will be a challenge and an interesting one worth getting. I think not very many people will get that one, so that's worth getting. Multi-talented, have a rank in each active weekly challenge in the Challenge League. So that just keeps you coming back every week. There's another one further down that says do that for 100 weeks, which means they're going to support the game for at least 2 years, or they're going to have it as an achievement you can't actually achieve. Complete 10 weekly challenges. Okay, accumulate 50 hours, no problem. I've got nearly 600 in the Sim 2020. Take 3-star photographs. See, again, these photograph ones don't excite me that much. Take your own private pilot. Take off from an airport and land at another in an aircraft you own. So this is meaning get through the career mode, own an aircraft. So as you get through the career mode, you can start your own company, and then you can buy your own plane. And so then I believe to get this achievement, you would have to then take off and land at a different airport in that aircraft that you own. That's quite exciting. I'm looking forward to doing that one. Jack of all trades. So this is a simplified version of the way that what they did it last time, which was complete a 300 nautical mile flight in every plane that's in the base game. This is just complete 3 missions in each of the World Photographer career and challenge modes. So, okay, fine, but a lot easier to do. Soar for 20 minutes in a glider. That'll be interesting. I'll have to look at where the best locations for that are. Create your first company in the career. Yeah, that's what we're going for. We're not going to hit that today, definitely not, but, you know, over the next coming weeks, absolutely. 5k run for fun. So yeah, I did this. There was a taxiing one in the previous game. It was like taxi something like, I think it was like 100 nautical miles. It was something ridiculous. Anyway, but this is actually so you can actually land your plane, get out and walk about. So they want to encourage you to do that, which I guess is why they want to force the photography stuff on you as well. Let me just turn the desktop audio down a little bit just now. So then we're on to scrapbooking. Again, more photography stuff. Growing the fleet. So purchase 5 aircraft in your career, and you've got to do pretty well to be hitting that. Complete 50 successful landings at any heliport with no incidents. That'll be interesting. Again, so they want to push people into the helicopter side of things in this game. I guess I'll have to learn how to fly helicopters to do that one. Or you can, I guess you could cheat and just do the kind of take off, hover a little bit, and then land again at the same place. It's cheating, but it would be a way of doing that achievement, I'm guessing. Extensive training. Complete all basic handling, takeoff and landing, and VFR training missions. So I'm wondering if the training mission is different from the career or not. But if they are, I guess we'll have to do that. If not, then at least for the basic VFR training in the career, we will have to go through those missions. I was planning to skip it. I was planning to skip just straight to the PPL, and we might, but then I don't know if it will then let me go back and do those other missions. So we might have to do those missions in order and do the training. Collect 100 stars in World Photographer. So again, really pushing this photographer thing. Successfully complete 30 seaplane landings without incident. Doesn't sound like a challenge. Accumulate 2 hours of flight each in a jet, airliner, glider, and rotorcraft. So again, that's 2 hours, I'm guessing, not in a single flight, but just 2 hours in each of the different aircraft types. Doesn't seem that difficult. Again, kind of getting at that this is more arcadey and gamified than the challenges of 2020. Sorry, dog's starting to fight. Thrill Seeker. Complete it. This is 100 weekly challenges. Visit 7 landmarks by hot air balloon. I didn't see this one earlier. Stay within 1 kilometer for 3 minutes at each landmark you visit. Huh. So that's, I guess, a challenge on how you handle the hot air balloon. That could be fun, actually. Multifaceted photography. Complete a collection page for aviation, man-made, nature, and fauna in World Photographer. And then complete 10 collection pages in World Photographer. So they are heavily heavily pushing photography in this. So I'm not so excited about the achievements. I was hoping for something more. But they seem very basic right now. Maybe they'll release some more later, but right now, not that impressed by the achievements. Good evening, Mary. Yes, Christmas has come early. We are waiting for it to download, and as you can imagine, there are thousands of people trying to download this all at the same time. So if you go on Twitch, if you watch any other stream about this, everybody is going to be at the state where they're waiting for the packages to come down and things like this. Nobody's going to be in just yet, and believe me, I am watching the Steam discussion pages to see who's getting in. So let's just see. People are saying 10%, 13%, 12%. Yeah, one person's a liar and said 92%. So everybody's hovering around this same percentage download. So there must be throttling going on by Microsoft and Asobo, making sure everyone's getting the downloads at roughly the same pace. And that's fine, but it does mean that, yeah, we might be here for another hour, just waiting for the download package to come, maybe longer. But I wanted to start the stream early just to let everyone know that I'm here and that we are doing this tonight. I am super excited. I don't know, because I clicked the game far too fast, I don't know if my NVIDIA driver actually optimized my graphics or not. I don't think I can do that whilst it's running, but we can try and find out. But I did update a couple of days ago. I got the latest driver for my graphics card, which is the one for Flight Sim 2024. So let's have it refresh and scan, because it hasn't picked up 2024 yet. So it hasn't picked it up in my list of games, so it's not going to let me optimize it just now. We'll see. When we get in, I'll do some manual optimization until there is a automatic optimization by NVIDIA. So the plan is tomorrow, whenever I get up, I've taken the day off work, we will start streaming, and we will continue from wherever we get to tonight from the career mode. And for the next few streams, I am just going to be focusing on the career mode, because that's the bit that excites me most about this game. That's the bit that is different from the previous game, is that it didn't have a career mode, and so you know, whilst they've got all the other features and things that they talked about in Free Flight and whatever else, I'm most excited about the career mode, and seeing how all that plays out. So whilst this sort of loading screen looks nice, there's part of me that thinks it could look nicer. So we'll wait and see how it actually goes. How's everybody's week going so far anyway? Most of you will still be at work, so even I'm still at work. I can't show you, but I am monitoring my work, because officially I don't finish for another 25 minutes, but this was too exciting to pass up. Opportunity to get straight in here as soon as the game is launched. But if you want to drop out and come back in an hour when it's probably finished loading, then I totally get it. Please do hit a like before you leave. It really does help get the word out there about the stream, though. So drop a like, drop a subscribe, and then come back and see us once the Sim's actually finished downloading. I believe there's about 50 gig it has to download, and it only took down about 11 in the Steam downloader. So there's quite a bit to go. It was coming down really fast in Steam though. But it feels like Microsoft is throttling it to all hell because they've got so many people trying to get it. So I'm keeping track of these Steam discussions. Whilst we are here, I was aware, I should actually look this up, there was, I must have closed it, on X, formerly Twitter, if you go to Flight Simulator's official channel, or page, or whatever you call it, you can sign up to win some giveaways. So, I want to do that. And I think I will whilst I am waiting. So there's a Tobii light bar camera thing. I'm guessing that's track IR for like watch where your eyes go. There's a Flight Simulator branded Steam Deck or Stream Deck, one of these. There's an Airbus a stick and thrustmaster yoke and a gaming chair. So, together with some of our partners, all of that, how to enter. Okay, follow on Twitch. Okay, let's do this. Okay, I already do, anyway. Oh wow, they want my personal information. So I followed on Twitch. Follow on TikTok, I'm not going to do that. Visit Reddit. Sure, I can do that. Okay. Visit... Oh, Instagrams. Really? Okay, I can do that. I'm not showing you all of this because I'm not giving away my username and passwords for all these different things. But I will talk through as I'm doing it. So I'm just, basically I'm signing up for a bunch of things, and it puts all your entries in towards winning the sweepstakes for this stuff. Keeping an eye, make sure nobody needs me. Oh, there we go. I've got my flights. I am going to London next week. Thought I wasn't going to have to do that anymore with work. However, there's a meeting between some of the teams that I have to go down for. So that's reception just sending me my details for that. Instagram code. Everything's MFA on my accounts, so I need codes to do all of it. What are we doing? We're looking at 10% activating packages still. So, fine, save my login info. I'm not going to follow your page on Instagram, I'm just, like, fine. Visit Thrustmaster on Instagram. Fine. Join Alka House Discord server. Don't really want to. And follow somebody on X. Fine. Just now anyway, and then I'll take it off later. They want me to check. So you can follow me on Twitter if you want. I am at MyAirMyles. so I've entered 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 8 ways. I don't have TikTok, and I really don't want to join Discord servers. So, now I'll go down and read the terms and conditions. It'll say it's only available in America or something like this. Eligibility 18. That seems to be okay for my country. I wanted to know what that was. It is an eye tracker, yeah. Tobii eye tracker 5. $279 worth. Wow. Anyway, so we've done that. We signed up for those. Come back, check the chat. Nobody's watching. Fine. Refresh, because for some reason I'm not seeing a like tracker in my studio for some reason. Both of my dogs have decided not to be in their place. Go in your place. Good girl. Oh, 12%. Progress. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to rename this stream, and then what I'll do is, depending on how people are watching, when it actually finishes downloading, I'll update the title or something. "15 minutes for work." Let me just check what's going on here. So I'm going there and coming back from there. Fine. Nice, they even booked me airport parking. At the terminal? What? No. Really? Normally they would just do long stay. Terminal. Arriving at the terminal surface car park. Okay. Wow. They must have got a deal or something. Because typically I'd get put in the long stay and have to pay tons of money. How are we doing? 17%. No, 12%. I got too excited. Ooh. See, again, you'd only get able to do these challenges, I believe, and these activities if you do go through the campaign and the career. Which will upset some people, because some people will have purchased the game wanting to just jump straight into like the agricultural ones or the firefighting ones or the search and rescue, and it won't let you do that unless you've gone through the earlier stages of the career. So you have to go into the career first. Gives you a little bit of dogs playing right now. I don't think I've got a better mode for that. Have I got a lucky cam mode? I do. just realised that you lost me there. I wonder if I've cut some of this off, because it's weird when it looks full screen, it looks like you actually get to see more. I've got a bunch of different layouts. So I've got this one, and I've got this one. I've got the new layout test as well, but I don't want to use the squished mode when I'm starting to do my 2024 content, so we'll stay out of that one. And we'll stay here. Now let's see what's happening. People on Steam, let's see if they're getting any further. People complaining, the music cannot be muted. Well, it can. You can just take your headset off or turn your volume down. Or you can go into the volume mixer on your computer and just turn it off. People, if they don't know how to do that, they shouldn't be flying planes. Because everyone bought the game. Why is it taking so long? Everybody's stuck at 12%. Yep. Because everyone bought the game and is trying to download it at the same time. Which is absolutely the correct answer. That's why it's taking so long. I don't know why they didn't do a preload, but you know, because they could have spread this out over the last week, letting everyone preload, and then we could have all been flying. But I'm wondering if they're concerned that that's going to hit their servers worse. I don't know how it could, but after 17%, it'll go pretty quickly. It was less than a minute after that. At 19%, it went very fast. Okay. So once it gets close to 20%, comments are saying it should speed up. People having problems with their cursor missing. Yeah, the cursor doesn't appear when you try to sign into the Xbox pop-up when it first comes up. But again, being a seasoned game sim player, computer person, whatever, I just alt and entered straight away, put it into Windows mode, and took my cursor back. Let's see what the comments are saying now. Other people, oh my god, there's loads of people getting blocked for posting a bunch of bad stuff, I guess. Stuck on 97%. Okay, got to 98, but now says loading unusually long. Well, no-ish Sherlock, as we would say on YouTube. I've been live for more than a minute, I can swear if I want, but I try not to. People are just posting links, I guess, to their live streams. It's not a bad shout, actually. I should probably do that. Yeah, the dogs have decided to fight over the other side of the room. Come on, dogs, go in your place. Go in your place. That's a new bed for the dogs as well, in case you didn't know or notice. Lucky, place. Come on. Go in your place. Yes, good girl. So it sounds like it's gonna go. I'm gonna just try and share this stream a bit more. If you have anywhere that you can share the stream, please do. See if we can get more people watching, or maybe wait till we're actually in, but so let me just share that on Twitter, and let me share it. Not that anybody will see it, but hey, why not? Maybe if I post it in the communities. Oh, there's a few people now saying stuck at 97%. Totally gonna get banned for doing this, but anyway. I would never click a YouTube link. In a chat discussion like this, but people do. People are saying, yeah, if Microsoft keep you in the loading screen for 2 hours, you can't claim a refund, because Steam's rules are if you can refund any game you buy if you play it for less than 2 hours and then decide to refund it. But if they keep you in the loading screen for more than 2 hours, you can't refund it at that point. They did try that last time. Steam did make an exception. Wow, people are saying they can't even log into the Xbox network now. See if we can get the dogs in their bed. Give me a second. I'll switch to dog mode. You won't be able to hear me for a second. So we're still stuck at 12%. As I say, everybody else is still the same. I'm keeping an eye on the Steam forums. See where we are. Hopefully the dogs will stay in their place for a bit longer, although I have a feeling they know when the camera's on. Because it's weird, they will stay in that bed all day, and then I will turn the camera on for streaming, and they will disappear off the camera. So I swear they know. They know when I'm streaming. Stuck at this 12%. Hopefully it'll get on. Because here we've got a jump in our viewership. If you are excited about playing this game, let me know if you're installing it. What percentage have you managed to get to? You do have to be a subscriber for at least 1 minute to comment in my chat. That just stops a bunch of spamming. You are obviously welcome to unsubscribe after the stream if you want to. People do that quite often. But I do keep my chat clean by requiring a 1 minute subscription. So if you want to do that, feel free. And then, yeah, let me know what you're most excited about in the game. If you're installing it, how far have you managed to get? What would you like them to put in the game that they haven't announced? And have I just lost the dogs again? Just one of them. He's right here behind me. No, go in your place. Good girl. See, the problem is, they want these treats, right? They know I've got them. But traditionally, treats are for new subscribers. I'm just trying to get them to stay on their bed right now. So they're getting extra treats. Go to your place. Place. Good dog. Good boy. Right. So we went through the achievements. I can go through it again for people who are just joining us. The achievements I don't think are as good this time round, or as difficult this time round as they were last time round. So you get one for doing your first flight, you get one for doing your private pilot's license, you get one for completing some of the training missions. Most of them are actually focused on taking photographs on the ground, which seems weird. So the ones I'm most excited about, or that I think will be the most challenging, if anything, will be earning the 20 base certifications in the career. I'm going to be focusing on fixed wing first, and I guess I'll come back to the rotorcraft later to get that achievement. Creating a company and buying my first aircraft, and then buying 5 aircraft in the long term. I think that'll take quite a while, so those ones I'm excited about. I'll do the extensive training. I'm not that excited about it, considering I do have a pilot's license IRL, so doing the basic training isn't that exciting for me, but we'll go through it because it's something for the stream to look at, so you can all see it, and then we'll get the achievement for doing that, and probably the hot air balloon achievement. So yeah, 7 landmarks, staying within 1 kilometer for 3 minutes. But most of them are focused on taking photographs, which I was quite disappointed about. I think they were much more difficult in 2020. 2024 seems to have really gone limited on its achievements versus 2020. It's 5 o'clock. Do one last check on my phone and then I can check out for the day. I saw some comments that were saying launch day of games is great when you work from home. It's like, yeah, but it also means we're all giving working from home a bad name, because everybody was sitting refreshing at 4 o'clock, going refresh, trying to get the download to start. Go in your place. I don't want to tether them on either. I feel bad if I tether them onto my desk. We are stuck at 12. Some people managed to must got in so much. Oh, there we go, 13. People got so much further. They got stuck at 97 for some reason. And so again, I'm keeping track of that in the discussions tab. See what's going on. RTX 4090 poor gameplay. The game is barely running at 10 FPS with max settings on RTX 4090. So for those who aren't aware, an RTX 4090 is like the best graphics card you can buy for your PC right now. I think it's probably a server issue, but he could also turn the settings down. Like, don't have it at max settings. You know, I understand he wants that, but like, you can cache in data as well. I think once the data is cached and the servers are not so overloaded, it'll be fine. But yeah, that's... Oh, I'm hoping it runs better than that. I don't have a 4090, I have a 3070 Ti, so I'm a generation behind. So if the 4090 can't fly it at a decent frame rate, I don't have a hope. But I think it's just because he's trying to max everything out, probably at 4K as well. And I'm not running at 4K, I'm running at 1440. And he won't be using any of the upscaling. He'll be trying to do native resolution, and all of that stuff really brings it to a crawl, right? You want to be using DLSS super resolution to just make sure you maximize your performance there. So here, settings, DVR is on. I'm going to disable auto stop because the stream might hopefully won't, but might fail at some point. DVR's on, so you can go back and watch things at future times. That's all good. Again, go ahead and give the stream a like. It does help get the word out there and get everybody else viewing. So hopefully we can all enjoy this together. That's interesting. It doesn't show me the likes when I go into smaller screen mode. Anyway, how are we doing? 13%. Yeah, probably could have got some more work done, huh? Place. Go in your place. I swear they know. They know, because they go and hide at the opposite side of the room. I don't know how they know, but they know. I put me down at the bottom, this view here. There we go. Chat is very quiet tonight. I do need to keep track because SpaceX are doing a launch, their 6th launch of the Starship tonight. And I need to keep track of that. We will watch that together on stream if I'm still streaming at that time. I'll mute that because I don't think I'm allowed to restream the NSF one. They are saying 4 hours and 55 minutes, so 5 hours from now, so 10 o'clock tonight, if I'm still streaming, big if, we will watch the SpaceX Starship 6th flight together. It's a big day. The last time, I don't know if any of my followers are into SpaceX and stuff like this as well, but the last time they launched Starship, they caught the booster in the big gorilla arm things, whatever they call them, Mechazilla or something like that arms. So they caught the booster, didn't land on any feet, I guess, or landing gear. They caught it midair, and then the Starship itself made it to its destination, and then safely splashed down in the water as intended, and then they blew it up. So there's going to be competition for eyeballs tonight between people that are interested in seeing Flight Simulator 2024 straight off the bat, and then people who want to watch the SpaceX stream. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. But as it gets closer to 10 o'clock, we will we'll get that stream up for you with SpaceX as well. I will take breaks in between this. I will take a short break for dinner, which might actually happen before I actually get in to actually play. So if I am on for 5 or more hours tonight, then there will be breaks. But right now we're just watching a loading screen, which I assume is going to be the same for everybody else. Looks nice though. That banner one's going to be really tough to do, I believe, because you have to take, I believe you have to take the plane off, then you have to catch the banner, fly it wherever you're flying it without flying it too fast and ripping the banner and destroying anything or whatever, and then bring it back, drop it, and then look back around and land. I think that will actually be quite a challenge. And then obviously you'll get the bots that happen every time. that will cheat. You know, you see people that have like top scores on the landing. On the landing challenges, and you just know that, well, either they have no life or they've cheated. I like to convince myself that they've cheated because they all have the same score, and I'm like, it's impossible or extremely unlikely that multiple humans would all end up with the same top score on a landing challenge like that. So I don't take those scoreboards particularly seriously, because there's always going to be somebody that's going to, you know, find a way to cheat around it. Where are they? One's behind me. Lucky, go in your place. Come on, place. Go in your place. Thank you to the new subscriber. Appreciate your support. I got 2 dogs now. It used to be 1. These treats cost me more. Come on, place. Here we go. I should just do a stream playing my dogs. I swear I'd get more viewers. But I also understand that it's not exciting to watch the loading screen. Go in your place. They haven't put it together yet. What's happening? Go in your place, Lucky. Lucky. Good. Sit. Down. Down. Stay. If only training dogs was as easy as Flight Simulator. I will test it. I think you have to play on 100% true to life to get most of the achievements, so I will do my best to keep that on. However, I do like rudder assist if I can have it on. So if I can add rudder assist and get the achievements, I will turn on rudder assist. Otherwise, I'll keep it true to life and I'll do the rudder myself. But I just find a long time holding the rudder in myself is a real pain in the butt. I don't have any pedals, so I have to do it with the trigger in the back of my yoke here. Go in your place. Every 2 seconds, I swear. It's because they think that they're going to get treats from me. That's why they're here. I should just have the camera pointing over here at my feet. Really, I mean, rather than trying to force them to be in the place that makes sense for the camera. We have been sitting at 13% for about 10 minutes now. I'm betting more people are getting in now. Anyone else stuck at 97%? Okay, so there's people that are, some people, not many, but some people are getting in now. Yeah, I think there's that one guy who's having problems with his 4090, and I think he must have been like bottlenecking himself somewhere. Yeah, well, thank you again for another subscriber. Boys and girls, you need to go in your place. If I don't give you treats on the stream, people don't believe I give them to you. $982. Someone remind me to update my counter. I'll do that now, so that people don't try to game the system. 982. It would be really nice if we could hit 1,000 at the launch of Flight Sim 2024. I don't mean tonight. It's unlikely I'm going to get 18 more tonight. However, maybe over the next few days as we're streaming the career mode, I'm trying to aim for that 1,000. It's only taken me 10 years. Stay. I'll have to stay here and keep them in their bed. This is just Miles Train's Dog Simulator rather than Flight Simulator at this point. But we Hi Matthew, welcome to the stream. Yeah, a bunch of people have been saying that on the Steam discussions. It gets up to 16, then it jumps, and then it stops again. So I may end up having to break for my dinner before I actually even get to fly, but I really hope not. It would be good to get something, but I would say I'm bottlenecking myself by streaming at the same time, but the downloads don't seem to. The downloads don't seem to be coming that fast, so looking at my network performance, it doesn't seem like I'm applying any bottleneck by streaming at the same time, because I think Microsoft have just throttled it. .983. These dogs are not going to know what's happening. Thank you for all the support tonight. Where we can sit and enjoy the pain. Oh, we jumped to 15%. Enjoy the pain of watching the installer together. Here we go. Good dogs. Now, if you could just stay in your bed, that'd be great. I need to tell the wife to buy more treats. No, go in your place. See, they don't know why. They don't know why they're getting them. Go in your place. Go on. Stay down. Stay. They're all excited and hyped now. Well, if you get in, Matthew, let me know. Also, tell me what your first flight's going to be. Are you jumping into the career first, or are you going to just do a bit of sightseeing? My loading is 97%. Loading unusually long. Yeah, no-ish, as somebody else said in one of the discussions. Hi Dave, my sim crashed at 17%, went back down to 6. Oh no. Make sure you got your fans on full. It's probably, I mean, I'm not saying it is that, but the reason that my sims have crashed before, when I've been streaming, is because I've forgotten to put my fans on full. I like to keep my fans quite quiet when I'm just doing, work or, administrative stuff for work. And then when I come to gaming, I forget to crank it back up because I haven't bothered to set the curves properly to do it automatically, so I just do it manually, and then sometimes I'll forget and it'll overload itself. So hopefully it's a simple fan issue you've had, and hopefully you'll get back in quickly. But this, yeah, I mean, anybody who's done a day one of any game that is a live service, any MMO thing like that, we're kind of used to sitting for hours just. Watching loading screens, right? Sitting in the queues trying to get in. I don't think everybody else is trying to get two dogs to stay in what is considerably a large bed whilst they do, though. Go in your place. See, I think what I'm training them is to leave their place, get a treat, go back, and then that's not what I'm trying to train them. Go on, go in your place, Bella. I can turn the camera a little bit more towards me. Maybe that'll capture them as they jump off as well. Not doing the whole refund. Yeah, so I read that in the discussions as well. Sorry, it says Dare. I thought it said Dave. That yeah, potentially they're just trying to keep everybody in the loading screen for 2 hours so that they can't do the Steam refund. Although I think I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Steam did actually let people get around that because people complained and went, "Well, this is ridiculous." You know, like it took a day to download, so I should be able to do it. Yeah, so that's what I thought. Yeah, Matthew's confirming what I'm saying. That they did actually allow it because, you know, this is not really a good way of... You can't test the game if you're in the loading screen, for example. I might have to get tethers for them. Do you want to be tethered to my desk? No, you don't. I'm at 16%. It might make the big jump. I might end up catching up with Matthew. It's also it's possible that it's too hot for them on the bed. It is, and it's getting increasingly warm in here as the stream heats up. Let me try and open a window because my PC is cooking. Although I won't leave those open for too long because it's like -3 where I am. I don't know what the temperatures are where you are, but it's -3 here. Yeah, dear, and then at 10 o'clock UK time, assuming that's the time you're talking about, you won't want to play because you'll be watching the SpaceX stream, right? We're going to have the SpaceX live stream on this stream at 10 o'clock if I am still here waiting for this to do this. And yeah, opening those windows for 2 seconds just made my room freeze, so let's not do that. Not as aggressively as that anyway. But yes, last time a lot of people complained, and so Steam did allow people to do it. 4 hours on the clock. Refunded it. Yeah, so SpaceX are doing flight number 6 of the Starship today. I've seen your little smiley face, so you probably are aware of this, but I'll repeat anyway for anybody who's new in the chat. So SpaceX are doing flight 6 today of Starship. Same profile as flight 5. They're going to try to catch the booster and land the Starship in the Indian Ocean, I believe it is again. But they want to land the Starship in daylight, so they're taking it off much later in America time, so that it'll land in daylight. They can capture that on video, because the last time it was night time in India when it landed. And obviously they want to capture the approach profile, things like this. So yeah, Starship test flight 6 tonight, around about 10 o'clock UK time. And if you're with me, and if I'm still on, we will we'll watch that together on the stream. These dogs, they don't know what's going on. Go in your place. Thank you for the next subscriber. See if we can get the chat moving tonight. Is there a 1 hour difference between UK and Germany? Yes, there is. Yeah, you're 1 hour ahead, I believe. So right now it's 23 past 5 in the UK. So I believe you'll be looking about 23 past 6. So for you... yeah, so for you it would be... I guess the SpaceX stream would be 11 o'clock for you. Come on. Good. No. Stay. Down. Wow, my chat's going fast now. What have we got? Mine crawled to 17%. And for the last 40 minutes, then jumped to 84 and has crashed. Oh, wow, people are crashing out. temps are 37, GPU's 45, fans are quiet. Huh. Let's look at my numbers. So my GPU is 47, as I'm running the 3070 Ti. My CPU doesn't tell me on this page what temperature it's running at. I'd have to get... Have I got a CPU Z or anything on here? I'm not sure. Don't think so. Don't have it available right now. It's not doing very much, so it can't be that hot. It's only at like 13%, and my CPU's water cooled anyway. So I wouldn't be expecting any problems there. It is using about 13 gig of my 32 RAM though, so I don't know how much RAM you've all got. If any of you upgraded to 64, which was the recommended or not. I'm running 32, and it's using about 13 right now in the loading screen. Bear in mind I also have a couple of web browsers open and I'm streaming, but not the point. Yeah, so if your usage is roughly the same as mine, then it will be mostly the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, these dogs are far too excited now. Oh, she's got my headphone cable. She's got my headphone cable. No, 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 no. That's mine. You can't have it. We're doing 64 DDR5 GPU is 4070. Jesus, these dogs just don't settle. Sorry, I'm not going to spend my whole stream constantly trying to push them onto their bed. If they go, they go. Otherwise, it's just gonna. I'll end up getting memed out or something for constantly trying to push them onto their bed. So they'll appear when they appear. GPU at 60 degrees, 3070. Interesting. So I'm running 10 degrees cooler at 47 on the 3070 Ti. i7 13 Gen. Is that another one that had all the problems? Hope you got that sorted before you... Oh, I've got a jump to 52, 79. But it started stuttering there, 87. So we're now jumping 90. Loading world data. I wonder which part of the world data though, because how does it know what I want to fly? Is it assuming I want to fly in the UK? I mean, I probably am, but how does it know? I even got a new M2 drive for the sim itself today at 2 terabytes. Wow, you're gonna have full cache, all 2 terabytes cache for... That'd be huge. I mean, I was planning quite a big cache. I was planning like a 500 gig cache, not 2 terabytes. I have a 2 terabyte drive that I have for all my games, and I think 500 of it already has got the previous... No, we did the math last time. I think it was 600 and something for 2020. Yeah, we're sitting at 92. Are you still at 97? Yeah. I don't use the cache. Didn't use it in 2020. Okay. You must have a really fast internet connection then, because otherwise I think you're going to want to use it in 2024, because you can't download the maps in 2024 in the same way. The idea being that it makes it more accessible for people who have small hard drives or whatever, but frustrating for anybody who wants to play offline and... Okay, you've got plenty. Wow. Is that just a standard thing in the EU? Is it had a 1 gig connection? I could probably get a 1 gig connection actually, but I have something like a 200 megabit connection, and seems to work fine for me. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Matthew. It's expensive. Yeah, I pay something like £13 a month for my 200 megabit connection, unlimited. So, I mean, well, I suppose if you are looking at 5 times the speed, it's about right. So somebody's playing the subscriber game, but I caught you. I've already updated the last max to 984, so the next dog treats will be at 985. We don't let people just subscribe and unsubscribe all the time throughout the stream, because people have tried to do that before just to give the dog treats all the time. It doesn't work that way. Don't want my dogs getting fat because somebody's playing the subscribe unsubscribe game. Jerseys for £50 a month. Cat 10. Nice. I had considered getting like the fastest you can get here in Scotland is, I think it's about a gig on Virgin Media, but they were gonna have to drill a new hole in my house, and I didn't fancy that. When you might be shocked, but the 5G speeds here are pretty good. So I'm running this whole connection, everything off of a 5G connection. With the 3 mobile network. And I say it cost me £13 a month, so we'll see. If my service is terrible and this game doesn't work, then then I might upgrade. But for the last 2 years or so, this has been good enough. 97% club. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was -3 where I am. I'm just north of Edinburgh. And it was -3. I tracked the temperatures of I've got a thermostat outside of my greenhouse. And yeah, my greenhouse got to -3, so it means it probably got colder than that in the actual outside. It's just a little bit cold up here. No snows from what I saw though. I believe further north in Aberdeen, which is about 3 hours north of me, I believe they had snow, and I believe there was snow down in parts of England, but it seems to have missed the Edinburgh area. But yeah, you want to see how fast a dog can go out in its into the garden and come back. You put it out in -3. No messing about in those temperatures. (10°C) that's shorts and t-shirt weather here. I'd be outside having a barbecue. Well, it's probably a bit dark, but if it was light nights. Oh, raining, yeah. Less than ideal. We've not had rain, it's just been cold here. No, Mary, we talked about this. We're not playing the subscription game. The last highest was 984. Then somebody unsubscribed and resubscribed, so we're not playing that game. The next treat will be at 985. Because I know that people try to play that game, so I keep track of it. Dogs ain't getting fat because people are gonna mess about with the subscription button. So now we see how long we're gonna wait at 97%. I was wearing shorts yesterday, and the missus was wondering how I could do it. Just don't shave your legs. That would work. Was that shorts outside or shorts inside the house? If it's outside, then just just tell them that you've got Scottish ancestry or something. Alright, let's see what the Steam chats are all saying whilst we're waiting. 0% F. Yeah, a bunch of folk couldn't get past the fact that they didn't have a cursor on the Xbox loading screen. Any of us that have played any substantial amount of time on 2020, especially the earliest 2020, know that you can do Alt Enter, put it into full screen mode, and then, or windowed mode, I should say, and then you get your cursor back. But a bunch of folk are stuck because they lose their cursor for some reason and can't get it back. Private pilot license loading screen. Anyone else stuck? Oh, so even people are getting in, they're then getting stuck. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I still think they should have done a pre-download earlier in the week, and I mean a proper pre-download that takes all of this stuff, not just the launcher for Steam. People are saying stuck at 98% for 20 minutes. Did a restart, now stuck at 7. It's like people are like, don't restart. Don't restart. Just stay in if you get in. Someone said finished loading. Upon selection of start area, it crashed out. Damn, so it might crash out. Yes, the Windows key trick works, or you can, as I say, you can press Alt and Enter, which will put it into windowed mode, and then that'll give you your cursor back. And then once you get past that, just press Alt and Enter again. It'll go back to full screen. Wow, people are having problems. The game's not even launching now. I'm having issues with the game not launching at all after installing it from Steam. I just get a blue circle and then it disappears. Restarted PC twice, restarted Steam twice. Wow. And the problem is, it's issues like this that get games bad reputations. People are going to go and review bomb the game now in the store, and it's all preventable if they had just allowed a preload a few days earlier. You know, it's not like they don't expect a massive amount of people to try to jump on this the day that it comes out. It's a very popular hobby these days. But yeah, I expect the in fact, let's check the store. It's probably been bombed already. Mostly negative. Yep. How did I know? Oh great, can't load past the initial Xbox network connection page. People are giving advice on how to get past that. Impossible to play. 1 hour and 30 minutes. I'm still in the loading screen. Not allowing preloading was a terrible idea. Game Pass users are playing it for free, whilst we're stuck at 10%. Well, they're not playing it for free. Game Pass users are paying the Game Pass subscription. That's a complete misnomer. People, I mean, I don't do Game Pass. I purchased the Premium Deluxe Edition myself. Cash money, because I hate subscriptions, but the Game Pass users are not playing it for free. They are paying for it. Download most of the game in their launcher instead of Steam, which will result in servers dying. Yeah, it's just getting review bombed like mad. Which sucks, because it takes a long time to recover from that. Oh, I lost audio there for a second. Back at 17%. Let's see if it jumps. Good old Microsoft. It's just, as I say, it's any live game, sort of, they all do it. The other one, I mean, this was years ago now, but I had the similar problem with, I don't have it installed anymore. What was it called? New World. I do have it installed. But yeah, the New World, when it first came out, the wait times in the queues and stuff for the servers was mad. It was 6-7 hours to get in, and then your game would crash and you go back to the start. And you know, this is the problem with online only games, is that especially at the start when everybody wants to play, the servers are not designed to cope. Loading is unusually long. Yeah, I got the error that Matthew had about an hour ago. 985. Thank you for all the support. Dogs are getting excited. Come on, go in your place. It's funny how they can go in their place when they think they're going to get a treat. Jumped to 85 and then crashed again. Oh, wow. I hope it's sending reports. I hope you're letting it send reports. Come on, go in your place. Bella. Down. Down. Stay. Back down at 2%. I'm hoping mine doesn't crash out, or we could be here for a while tonight just watching the loading screen. It's crazy that it goes back down to 2%, because you would think you've already got the files downloaded. So it should, but it'll just jump straight up to the bit that it's missing, but I guess it'll be doing some sort of file validation or something. I hope this is not signs of things to come. I certainly hope, once things settle down, that the loading isn't going to take this long. They sold the online only mode to us as a performance improvement. So if it doesn't actually improve performance, people are going to be mad. I can't believe it's 4 hours and 19 minutes to the Starship launch. Well, yeah, I mean, if mine crashes and doesn't let me in as soon as this 97% finishes, I'll be mad. I'll be mad on stream. There will be historical evidence of it. I actually have a button on my Stream Deck. I don't know if you'll be able to see this or not, but that literally says, it's this one here, it says rage quit, and if I accidentally press it, my whole computer shuts down. So I need to be careful not to touch that one. But I've also noticed that actually I'm gonna have to reset up my whole Stream Deck. Well, not for the first career I won't, but as we get into the airlines and the jets, I will have to reconfigure my Stream Deck, because I had all my autopilot controls on there, which I guess won't be so important for the initial stages of the career, but as we get into the airliners, it will. I'll need all those controls back. Hopefully it's a copy and paste and then just go in and configure the settings in 2024 to the same settings I had on 2020, and then everything can just stay the same and it won't take that long. But I won't do that on stream. I'll do that off stream probably this evening ahead of my planned most of the day stream tomorrow. I took the day off work tomorrow to really hit the campaign. 97% gang. Yeah, I think we're all sitting here feeling it. Well, other than Dare. Dare's back down at 2%. So we all feel his pain. I'm going to get that wrong. I'm assuming it's a him. If not, do let me know. And, yeah. I don't imagine there's too many females that are particularly excited about playing Flight Simulator, though. Maybe that's me being controversial. Anyway, back down at 2% because it's crashed out twice for them. Try again another day. Yeah. You know, you could eventually just rage quit and then just try and say to Steam, look, this is ridiculous, give me my money back. But I don't think people want that. That's not the solution we want. The solution we want is to be able to play, to be able to fly. Whether that's casual, if you just want to fly about and sightseeing, or whether you want to build your own company through the career. We don't want to refund it. We want to play. I don't want to my computer at home from work, so I'm just gonna let it sit for the day. Yeah, I'm in the luxury position where I can work from home. So I've got two screens, as you can see. I had my work computer and I had this ready for 4 o'clock UK time to get the download going. And then I was going to start my stream at 4:45 an hour ago. I actually started at 4:15 because I wanted to be on and streaming to see how everybody was doing and get the chat going, which we have achieved. But it did mean that I was monitoring work for the last hour or so. No, 45 minutes. 4:15 till 5 o'clock. Just monitoring. Wasn't going to do anything anyway, let's be honest. Yeah, though that's, as I say, that's the that's the issue I had. I'm gonna have to ask Google how to pronounce your name because you said it's not the other one. But that's the issue I had. Came to 4:45 and I was dual screening it, F5ing, closing Steam, restarting Steam, all that stuff till it came up, and then yeah, the last hour of work was a write-off today. But then again, I make up for it other nights when I work ridiculously late and don't get paid any extra. The joys of salary working. So, for example, next week I'm going to London. So, if you've just joined, I'm based in Scotland, near Edinburgh. I'm going to London next week. So they will get 20 extra hours out of me because anytime I'm not home, I'm technically working. All of the travelling time and everything else. So I don't mind if I take an hour back to watch a loading screen. 986. Here we go, dogs. Oh look, they've started to settle, and then 986 happened. They won't be settling anymore. We've got some more. I might have to get different traits. Good dogs. We'll update that tracker again. It's jumping way too fast for what I'm used to. Who knew? If you just streamed the loading screen of a brand new flight simulator, that's how you get your sub count up. Okay, so it is pronounced like Hugh. It's just not spelled like it. Yeah, well, I have the same problem, right? You'll see the name of my channel, MyAirMyles, so my name is Miles, spelled with a Y. Um, People at work will constantly spell miles with an I, like the distance. And it always frustrates me because I go, you have to search for me in the directory by spelling my name correctly. And then you say, hi Miles, spelt the wrong way. So you got it right the first time and then not the second time. Hey Stuart, how you doing? Yep, we're all stuck in the 97% club. All of us hoping that it doesn't crash out. I'm getting reports that we've had a couple of crashes from the 97%, or even reporting in the Steam discussions. Once you get in and you try to select your starting location in the career, I'm hearing that it's crashing out. So slow and steady wins the race is what I'm hoping. But I was saying I'm taking every precaution. I've got the fans on at full whack on my computer to make sure everything stays cool. We're taking every chance we can to try and prevent it from crashing. Because if it does crash, it's going to be on Microsoft's side, not on my side. That's fair enough. One thing I do make an effort to do, especially in my professional life, though, because there are a lot of strange names out there now. I guess not strange, but just people from different places and backgrounds and things. The one thing I always do is double check that I spelled their name correctly, especially if I'm asking them for something. Like, there's no worse way to start a request for something, help or otherwise, and then spelling the person's name wrong. So I always make sure that I get that right because it increases your chances of getting what you want. And they get stuck on... Oh wow, from what people think, they're getting stuck on customized identity. Wow, not even getting to pick their character. When to get in, you're stuck on customized identity. Let's go back and look at the discussions. I can only imagine. Let's see if anybody's tweeting at them. Now available. Okay, let's see if we're seeing on Twitter. Has anyone made it into the game? I'm stuck on 97% with that 1 gigabit internet. So there's several people in the chat here. Same thing. Can't get off customized identity on the Series X. Oh, it gets stuck. Oh, I understand what you mean now. So when you go into customized identity, there's like a flash screen that comes up, like a loading screen, and it seems to be getting stuck there on the Xbox console. What I'm seeing on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Stuck at 97%. Flight's been delayed. Yep, must be Ryanair. My £200 has earned me a TOML file. Stuck on customized identity. Oh dear. Has anyone managed to fly yet? Someone said they managed to get into starting a flight, but now it's just stuck on loading, so they've just got a page of clouds. And he only had one plane to choose from. If you went into career mode, that would be correct, because if you went into career mode, they only let you choose the 172, I believe, as a starter plane. So the Cessna 172 is everybody's starter plane, so that might be what he's done there. Whereas if you went into free flight, he probably would have had access to everything that he's paid for. Not working in the Netherlands. You've accessed the closed preview. Okay, I don't know how this guy got into the closed preview anyway. 2 hours, this is pathetic. Yeah, people are not happy. Yeah, they didn't learn anything from 2020. You know, everybody kept saying to them, when's the preload? When's the preload? You know, if they'd given us a week of preload, it would have given you a reason to pre-order, which I did, but, you know, would have given you a reason to pre-order, and then it would have smoothed out all these bumps on launch day as well. So Hugh, we talked about this earlier in the chat. Steam did agree to refund in 2020 but when you were getting stuck in the loading screen. So I expect Steam will have another exception for this one because it's the same problem. So I don't think that's why Microsoft are doing it. I don't think Microsoft want to give their fans a bad experience. I just think it's a load that they just can't handle, and they should have faced it, or they could have, and it would have annoyed me because, you know, we're usually close to last, but, you know, they could have done a rolling 12 o'clock launch. Although I know that, again, last time everybody set their time zone to whatever the initial launch was, so it didn't really work, but they could have had a rolling launch to help smooth this out as well. Had it been a midnight launch or something, or even just done a midnight launch, because most people have to work the next day and are not going to stay up and try and do a midnight launch of the game. So yeah, they could have done a midnight launch, which would have helped smooth this out as well. Yeah, but I think the initial assets that are coming down right now are probably the same for everybody anyway, so they probably could have given them all to Steam. Yeah, I don't expect that that anything that's coming down right now is bespoke for the in-game experience. I don't know what planet preload would be a bad idea. I expect their concern was something around hackers or crackers or people finding a way to get in before the official launch, but, you know, preload's been a thing for ages. They can withhold a few key files so that you can't get in and then release those key files later, or do the download encrypted. That's another one that they've done before. Am I active on my Twitch? I'm not. Typically I only stream on YouTube. I have considered it. I've considered multicasting, but I find it hard to manage all the different chats and things. And as you can tell, I'm not that huge a channel that the number of views I have right now, I should say, are not generally representative of the number of views I would get on average. I'm getting a high view count right now because we're all waiting to get into 2024. But if the chat tell me that they would prefer to watch me on Twitch, and you come in as a recurring viewer, I will. I'll certainly. Yeah, certainly consider it. But yeah, your better chance to get my content and my streams is on YouTube. Yeah. So appreciate if you can keep this up here. Thank you for the support, though. I appreciate you looking into both options. I may look at multicasting at some point in the future. I found the Limitless folder, but not really sure what is meant by the community folder. So the community folder was used in 2020 anyway, and I imagine it's going to be the same in 2024. For any third-party aircraft that you had purchased outside of the marketplace, outside of the official Flight Simulator marketplace, you could load the content for those aircraft or airports or other assets like that into the community folder, and then it would get loaded into the sim when you booted it up. So that's what it's there for. It's for mods, basically. It's for modding the game. 988. I think that was 2 I saw jump up really quickly. So, bit of a jackpot going on here. I might spread these out so I don't get them both at the same time. But they will get 2 for the 2 new subs. In your place. Who gets which one? Who gets which one? You get that one. You get that one. Good. Stay. No chance that we're gonna stay. Right. Update my tracker. Lucky's staying. Lucky's like, I think if I stay, I'll get another one. Yeah, you might. No. Go back. Okay, stay. Let's see if they can stay there for a minute and then... I'm not really sure where in that photo you put those. So I've... Oh, let me have a look, because I've got the longitude that I downloaded, because I paid... For 2020, I only paid for the base game, and then I got a community version of the Cessna Longitude. So let me see what I did with my install there. Games, Steam, Common, Flight Simulator. What's the new one called? Packages, community. You just dump them straight in. So, like for example, I've got some Navigraph avionics package because I was paying for the Navigraph data on 2020, and I've got the aircraft longitude as well. So you get a top level folder when you get a mod, and you just dump the folder in, unzipped. So it's a full folder but unzipped, and then yeah, just put it in there, and then it loads. My favourite aircraft in 2020 was the Cessna Longitude, once I learned to fly it, because it's essentially like flying an iPad. It is so easy if you have to make changes to your flight plan mid-flight, rerouting, putting yourself into a hold, setting all your sort of VNAV stuff if you do any of that. So it's much easier to learn to use and fly the longitude systems, I would say, than the Airbus and Boeing aircraft, which I can fly too, but let's say they're much more complicated, so I prefer to fly the Cessna Longitude when I'm flying in airline type things anyway. So yes, it does. Yeah, it's got the Garmin G3000. Yes. People expect this is normal. You should not have this problem. Yes, I agree, Jim. You're correct. We should not be sitting here. I've lost count from whenever Matthew, I'm not even sure if he's still in the chat, He might have dropped off. Said, welcome to the 97% club. Can I get a date timestamp on that? I'm not sure. No, I can't. It was a while ago anyway. I've been sitting here for a while. Matthew, when he joined, I think said he'd been in the 97% club for about 40 minutes. So yeah, we could be here a little while. But yeah, we shouldn't be having these problems, and they should have planned for this. I haven't looked into Stalker. Everyone keeps talking about Stalker. I need to look into what that is. I should put in game, otherwise I'll end up on a list or something. First person shooter survival horror video game. GSC. Okay. Stalker 2. Well. Is the first one any good? And is this one of these games that people play for the online multiplayer, or is it actually got a decent campaign single player? Or does it only have single player? I know nothing about this game, but tell me in the chat. Let's go back to... Oh, people are starting to refund. This is the Steam discussion now. 60 minutes of trying. I decided to Steam refund, and I'll just try it via Game Pass. Well, if you had Game Pass, why did you buy it in the first place? Yeah, Game Pass is not going to be any better. People are saying it doesn't work it doesn't work on Game Pass either. Bugs are everywhere. Loading times are bad. Even on cloud gaming. Started career mode and it crashed after creating the character. Get to it another 30 minutes to try again. This could be a long night. As people drop off, then I'll have a greater chance of getting in. Because people will give up. Yep, cheats are popping in, Stuart. Wish us all luck. Probably see you in a few hours. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody in the chat joins the Friday fly-ins. So there's a World Tour Friday fly-in on Twitch that Microsoft's community team host, and they were suggesting that their plan is to do the fly-in this week, but they might not if the community blows up, which it looks like it might. I mean, look out for a spike around about 7 PM UK time, 8 PM Germany time, on Friday. For if things smooth out between now and then there's a spike again, it becomes a problem, it'll be because of the community fly-in. Wouldn't be surprised if the community fly-in gets cancelled or they drop it back to 2020 for the community fly-in just to try and ease the load on the 2024. But that's going to upset a lot of people because whilst I haven't, a lot of people probably uninstalled 2020 to make space for 2024, or thought, well, I'm never going to go back, because that was kind of my feeling. I'm never going to go back now that I've got the new one. But they might have to if they want to do the community fly-in. I can't believe how long I've been in the 97%, especially after I got excited when they said in the Steam discussions. They were saying that oh, it gets past 16, 17%, and then it lets you in, and then no. People are now complaining. Oh, there's a 150. I might have to let my dogs out. Bella, what are you doing? Alright, BRB, I need to let the dogs out. Okay, did we make any progress? Comments on Facebook. People have deleted their 2020. Mine is another drive. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I said people would do that. Mine's on the same drive. I had enough space, thankfully. Microsoft support. We are aware of user reporting long initial loading times in 2024. With so many users initializing the sim concurrently, we have a large number of server requests. Yeah, no-ish. I wanted to put the same on X. Yeah. We're working to help resolve the issue as soon as possible for users whose initial load is past 90% and no longer progressing. We recommend a reboot. Otherwise, we advise waiting to allow the loading to proceed as normal. They're telling people who are in my position, over 90%, to reboot. People 10% after reboot, same after reboot after reboot. So people have rebooted, got back to switch. This is terrible advice. I was on 97%. I rebooted and now I'm back at 6%. Don't reboot, people. It's a rouse. I've rebooted twice and it shoots up to 27%, then stalls each time. Second time I rebooted, I got stuck at 2%. I'm going to hold on for a little bit more. I'm not convinced it's worth. People are saying restart the game. But is it working? Because if it works, if it restart and it works, I will, but... developer. Wow, the developers come into the Steam discussion and telling you if you're past 90% and no longer progressing, recommend a reboot. I guess we're dropping out and rebooting. I guess we're dropping out of the 97% club. That feels wrong. Okay. I did it. I killed it. I hope they don't mean a complete reboot of my PC because I can't do that because I'm streaming. So, I'll exit Steam. I'll reboot Steam and then we'll go from there. Right. Oh look, time played 2.1 hours. 2.1 hours of the loading screen. But yeah, since it says they're posting everywhere to do a reboot, let's just... So... see how long it takes Steam to kick that back up. Oh, here we go. So yeah. Well, now we're back at 6%. Yeah, Matthew, so Microsoft have put on all the forums, they put on Facebook, Twitter, and on the discussions in Steam, that if you're above 90%, to reboot is the advice if you're still not getting through. So I've just killed it and rebooted to see if that helps, but I think probably not. It's probably just kicked me out of the queue further back. Strange, because I got 6 when I first loaded the sim. I don't think I ever got stuck at 2. But the comments, people are saying that even when they have rebooted, they're still getting stuck at 97%. Everyone's like, yeah, don't you own Azure? Don't you have this well-architected framework? Just got past the loading screen, now it keeps crashing. Jesus. It's almost as if you could have staggered the launch and allowed a pre-download. Yeah. Someone said, okay, so the reboot worked, but then the game crashed instantly. Oh, for goodness sake. Stuck at 97%, just restarted, got to 96% in 23 minutes. Someone's starting a timer. I wonder, I wish they would give us a number of how many people are actually waiting. Ooh, 7%. I've got dogs staring at me. Oh, it's because they're like, hey, you didn't give us that second tree. Go in your place. There we go. And then somebody else subscribes. 289. Thank you very much for the support. I'll get on the 2 right now so don't forget. Go in your place. And then they won't stay on their bed. So if you want to see my dogs, this is Bella and Lucky. Take a screenshot now, because they're going to jump off this bed as soon as I step away from it. I've opened the window more, because when I went downstairs to let them out, I realised that it had got really warm in here. I'm at 7%. Have you managed to get any higher, dear? Or are you still stuck at 2? And Matthew, let us know if you reboot, or if you're just gonna stick it out and see if you get in. I wonder if they got their servers from Temu. That's funny. £129. Can't even load the game. My biggest complaint about this, and it's really silly though, is that my Steam playtime won't be anywhere near my actual logbook flight time, which I guess isn't a problem in this sim because the achievements are so weak it doesn't track things like big log times, like the 500 hours or 1,000 hours that they did in the last one. But yeah, it frustrated me because I have something like 600 hours in Flight Sim 2020. And I think my logbook, like actual flight time, has something like 400. Where did I lose 200 hours? I don't believe. I mean, maybe it was crashes and stuff like that in the early. Maybe it was just time loading the game back in the early days of 2020. Entirely possible. I think I did have to reinstall it once, actually, and then with every actually think about that. With every sim update, like the Japan and the UK and Europe and all the other updates, they all took ages to load, and that would all have been counted as game time as well. So, probably is downloading. I probably lost about 200 hours in the last 4 years just to updates. The ATR and the Aviator edition in that plane isn't even that good. Yeah, but then there's a few like that. The Aviator edition has kind of uncommon, rare planes that next to nobody would want, in my opinion, would want to fly. Although I'm biased. So that's why I went with Premium Deluxe, because it had all the aircraft that I want to fly in it. I wasn't bothered about like the wartime planes and things like that. And we could pull up what's in the MSFS 2024 packages. Wow, they have tweeted some rubbish, haven't they? I was trying to get the package announcement just from their tweets, but here we go. Actually, it doesn't have Aviator in it, but so we'll go back to Google. Yeah, so like the Dreamliner and the Longitude, probably a couple of the gliders, and the big Boeing, whatever it is, the what's it called, Dream Lifter, it's bad quality here, and the search and rescue helicopter. Yeah, that stuff was all exciting to me, but then the planes that you got in Aviator just didn't appeal to me. Wasn't think I was ever gonna fly, so I wasn't particularly bothered. Yeah, you can get them on the in the community afterwards. You don't need to pay that much for them. Plus, apparently, anybody who got the Aviator version, I think in Europe, is getting it late because there was some delay in postage or something, or something in the delivery system. So you paid the most amount of money, and your Steam code's going to arrive, well, probably at the same time that I get in. I think they did get around it by saying they were giving people a free month of Game Pass whilst they were waiting for their Aviator edition to come in, which is just mental. I've not seen any price changes, but if you got any evidence of that, let me know. Some people are posting community content, so people are flying. No, wait. I'm wrong. They're all posting screenshots of the loading screen. Nobody's flying. Everybody's posting pictures of the loading screen. Screenshots into community content, that's funny. Oh, my dogs have decided it's time to play. Don't worry, they're not fighting, they just like to do that. Yeah, I saw something about one of these code sites, the sites that sells like game codes, but it was only for the Microsoft Store, was selling codes at like 40% off or something. So they must have grabbed a bunch of codes whilst there was an accidental price discount or something. But I think again it was only for the base version. So if you want Premium Deluxe or the aircraft that are in it, or Aviator, it's not worth it. But as I say, what I did with 2020 was I bought the base version and then I just bought the Longitude from the community mods third party, because that was the only one I wanted. Whereas this time I thought, well, yeah, since I got so many hours out of the last one, you know, price per hour, assuming I get 400 hours or again out of this one, you know, it's worth the money, but I don't want 400 hours of the loading screen. How's Starship doing? Haven't checked down Starship in a while. 3 hours 32. Can you guys remember it was 5 hours when we first started stalking Starship for this in this stream? had so much energy. Go to your place. So I'm just reading the oh, so yours says activating packages and mine says VFS activating packages. I don't know. I think the dogs have realised my wife might be home. Yes. That's why they've run downstairs. Apologize if you can hear some barking. That's just my excited dogs. I don't believe I saved or got anything better by restarting. I think I just went to the back of the queue. I think they just wanted everybody to restart. I don't know if Matthew, did you restart? Have you managed to get in? Hi. The camera can see you. The camera can see you. My dogs are losing their minds. More than us. She's locked them in here. They don't look happy. They're like, hey, we were having fun running up and down the stairs and making a racket. Central US problem. Another region is playing the sim. I don't know. I mean, I'm from Scotland, so I'd be playing on the Europe server, I guess, as I don't think they're going to have a London server. It'd be nice if they did. So I'm assuming I'm defaulting to the Europe server, and a bunch of the other people in the chat are Europe, so I'm not sure it's a central US problem. Yeah, some of the areas that have quieter servers might be a problem, or maybe once you get in, if you choose like the Asia server, because it'll be probably the most quiet, then yeah, that's probably a way of not getting dumped out once you get in, is choose a server that's further away from you. But yeah, I don't think I've got any benefit from doing that reboot that I did. Thank you for the extra sub. $9.90. Lucky. 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 There. I think she got both of those. I'll make sure he gets one. Lucky, come here. Can you take my hand off? Oh dear. There's part of me that wants to just load up 2020 and pretend that I'm playing 2024. Until everyone's like, hey, show me the career mode. And I'm like, can't. So I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that. We'll sit here and suffer together. At least until my food's ready, and then I'm taking a break. Quarter past 4 to now after half past 6. Over 2 hours. Right, let's... Oh, it drives me nuts. Hi, Jojo Gaming. Welcome to the channel. It drives me nuts after waiting way too long to load that. It's now stuck at 97%. Yeah, so... I don't know how long you've been stuck there, Jojo, but Microsoft did recommend, although it doesn't seem to be giving me any advantage, but did recommend... if you're above 90% and you're stuck, to restart. Someone did an edit where it says the sky's the limit now. Says the servers are the limit. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get some good memes out of it, but the problem is, it's just, you know, it's getting review bombed and refunded. I'll wait 10 minutes again, I guess, before reloading. It won't change a thing. I just know. Yeah, well, I say we restarted. We got to 97%, and then read the announcement from Microsoft. So we went, okay, fine, take your advice, and we'll restart. But I think we just got duped. Well, in the game. Did I miss it? No, I think. Or maybe, oh, it must be in the community you're talking about. This. The sky is not the limit. But Microsoft servers are the limit. 97% is the limit. Someone says 6% is the limit. Oh. Oh, someone tried to customize their identity. No, that must be a Photoshop. That's definitely a Photoshop. It's kind of a big error red guy. I don't believe that's real. Yeah, the memes are great. Skeleton, just dead person. Flight Simulator's just finished installing. You're just a skeleton. Yeah, well, it's weird. It's going up in like 1% now. It used to jump up in 2s. I started on 6 and we're at 11 now. It is taking ages. ChatGPT said, yeah. Yeah, we're all fuming, and you don't want a bunch of angry pilots. I mean, that's not a good idea. So here's the meme, you know. What'll take off first? Flight Sim 2024 or Starship Flight 6? Everyone's like, yeah, restarted twice, still stuck at 97%. This is on Twitter. People are mad. Like, I'm not gonna refund it because I know they'll fix it and I know I'll enjoy it once I get in, but it's frustrating nonetheless. But this is why I took tomorrow off work. Because I figure if I don't get in tonight, hopefully people will give up, go to sleep, and then I'll get in the morning. Yeah, mate, dear, don't rush. You know, you're not gonna miss anything. I'm likely gonna have time to go for my dinner and come back. I'm surprised GPT is allowed to rip on Microsoft like that, Jojo. Consider Microsoft has like a majority share in them. 13%. If we get to, what was it, 16, 17, then in last time it jumped up to like 97. So, see if we get the same, that same again. I'm gonna change my poll. My poll's gonna say now 1 like equals 97%. Restarted my computer after being at 97% for over an hour now. It gives us server issues detected attempting to access the servers per second. Wow, you're not even getting in. Well, I guess the thing is, I mean, especially like in Europe, people are all finishing work, going home. You know, people who couldn't work from home like myself and tried to get on straight away. So the load's only going to be ramping up as more and more people are trying to get on. So it doesn't surprise me that yeah, you can't even get into the queue. That's mad. It's probably not going to get quieter till midnight. Midnight UK time. Or a bunch of folk will rage quit and just go, ah, I'll play it tomorrow. But I say the last sort of live game that I played on launch day was New World, and it was a couple of years ago, and it was awful. It was just like this. You just sat in the queue for hours. and then it would bomb you out as soon as you got in. But I think I might do that. I was thinking about playing on the Europe server, but I might drop it to the South Asia server or something if I get in. Because I'm wondering if that's going to have better performance and a less chance of crashing. It kind of makes sense actually as to why Microsoft do their weekly World Tour live streams on the Asia server, because it never made sense to me. It's at the other end of the world that nobody, well, majority of their people flying are not going to be using, and give them the worst latency. But if it's the least busy server, it makes sense to use that. It's now 0% forever. Yeah. You're in the 0% club. Oh dear. Well, at least we're all feeling the pain together. I wish I had something stronger than just juice. But it is, in fact no, it's not a school night for me, is it? Because I'm not working tomorrow. I'm meant to be doing this again all day tomorrow. Hopefully not this, sitting watching the loading screen. But hopefully actually playing the career. The sky is not the limit. Yes it is, 97% is the limit. Some people have got in, yes, Mary, and then it has crashed on them when they've tried to fly. Microsoft released an update, an announcement I should say, telling everyone to restart if they're above 90%. So we were at 97% and we restarted. And we're now back at 15%. So hopefully 16-17% soon, and we'll be back in the 97% club. Restarted 2-3 attempts. I don't want to keep restarting 2-3 times and end up back at 0%. Like Jojo was saying, you know, they're stuck at 0% now when they restarted. Because, as I say, people in Europe, well, yeah, people in Europe are getting home from work. You know, maybe they've had dinner, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna go and play a bit of Flight Simulator for an hour or two before I go to bed. Mine is done. You got in? Nice, well done there. Are you actually flying? Have you actually managed to create a character? Just as Matthew's about to give up. I got the option to enable screen narration. Did it crash? Didn't crash for me, I killed it. Because it said to restart. Shall we look, see what's happening in the discussions again? Bunch of folks in their back stuck at 97%. Oh no, wait, that was an hour ago, so. Oh, someone else has said that they restarted and now they're stuck at 0%. So there's a thread on that. Restarted the game several times, now I'm stuck at 0% for 20 minutes. Does anyone have the same problem? There's a whole bunch of people. Now there's 0% loading language. Try again tomorrow. Oh wait, Azure's auto-scaling. Maybe not. Should have used AWS. Yeah, I mean it can't hurt to restart your whole PC, but I think the problem's on the other end. I'm looking forward to people watching this live stream on the VOD, and it's just like 6 hours of watching the loading screen. Which ends with us watching the Starship launch, and that's all we actually get to do. I've got the deluxe edition. It's stalled out. I just tried the Game Pass Cloud edition, and it also says servers down. So Steam and Game Pass report servers down in Central US. Oh, okay. So there's a complete server down in Central US. Maybe they're just restarting the servers. I don't know. It doesn't look like the addition's making any difference. Oh, things are going faster now. Are we going to become 97%? $53, loading world data. 77. Jumpy, like it did last time. 85. Oh, enable screen narration. We might be in. Skip. Oh, looks like we're in. Start setup. Graphics. Based on your script, we recommend preset you can review and customize later. Let's just keep it as the defaults then. Controls. Yes, I have a HOTAS. We'll customize that later. I assume it'll all be fairly standard. You want to learn what you want a more authentic experience? Yes, I want authentic. Customize identity. Now this is where some people they said they were getting stuck. So yeah, Dare says he's stuck in customized identity. Oh, I've got a spinner at the bottom. Let me turn off starting soon. I've got the spinner at the bottom. Non-stream, now stream, no. What? I don't know what you're trying to say. Um, we got a little bit further. And now we're stuck here. I'm gonna hang out here for a little bit and see if it fixes itself. I'm just not gonna jump it. I'm not gonna. Oh, you're gonna restart. Let me know how that goes. I'm gonna stick around for 5 minutes and check the forums to see if anybody's managed to get past this without restarting. Restarting stuck at 0 seems to be the big one people are complaining about now. At the point of no return. Nobody's saying anything there about on here. Wow, someone posted an hour ago they were stuck on the identity screen for over an hour. Yes, it's probably not gonna. Oh! Second restart, I got the 90% under 5 minutes. I guess I'm gonna have to kill it then and then. Kill it and try again. Oh, this is so tedious. I do appreciate all the subscriber support. At least we're feeling the pain together. 991, thank you for your support. You're just enjoying watching me suffer, I think. Lucky? There we go. Stuck on same screen, customer identity. Hello, this is Stuck Simulator 2024. Yeah. So we'll go around again and see. I'm not waiting for an hour. 5 minutes and you were done. Now I'm stuck at 0%. So that I mean, we'll see what happens if I'm now part of the 0% club. And done. For me, the screen you're just not right. I create my character. Let me know, Matthew, if you managed to actually fly a plane. Ah, too many users are trying to connect. There's actually a queue screen now. Maybe I should have just waited. It probably wouldn't have helped though, because once it gets stuck, it's probably stuck. 992, thank you. I'm gonna need more treats. Go in your place. Spoiled. You're in a queue. Please wait a few minutes or try again. So now here's the question. It's like, do I crash it and try again, or do I wait in this queue? Yeah, I got to the customized identity screen, and then it hung, like other people were reporting. And I figured I wasn't going to get past it, so I thought, time to just drop it and start again. Oh! Oh! I guess I'm not in the queue anymore. Nick G also got dumped in the queue after restart. Loading language for one step. Are they for real? This. I mean, like, I've got my stick ready. Can't do anything with it. I'm losing my mind. Insanity simulator. That's what it's gonna be. Watch a man slowly lose his mind over 6 hours. What? Inaccessible error code, quit to desktop. I'll leave that up for a couple of seconds so you can all see it. It literally just kicked me out. I paid a high price for this. It's just a Ryanair experience. Flight's delayed. There's a login queue. So it's an Xbox issue now. Jesus. Guys, I have a couple of small treats left. If you keep subscribing, I'm gonna have to go downstairs and get more. This is the last treats I have. Thank you very much for all the support, though. Come on, there we go. It's nice. I should make sure I get this right. Who said it? But you know, the fact that we're all suffering together makes it a little bit better. It's crazy that 83% of people responding have been stuck at 97%. yeah, dear. There's a menu, and at least I know it picked up my joystick correctly, and it auto detected my settings. I'll say this though, like it said, do you want limited assistance or full assistance? I would have liked it to have said no assistance. For me, like I'm not looking to get assistance. Maybe rudder. I say rudder assistance is what I'd be looking for. But yeah, back to log on queue. I'll keep trying till I'm told, well, dinner's ready, and then I'll leave it trying, and I'll go wait for dinner. Probably in half an hour or so. hopefully I get in. If not, we'll come back and we'll keep trying after dinner. And our prize, whether we get in or not, is we'll watch the Starship launch together at 10 o'clock UK. So let's hope Starship and SpaceX get their ish together, and we'll at least have something cool to watch from them if this doesn't work. Two hours and 56 minutes estimated till the Starship launch. Down. Something in it. Yes, well there was a customize. I could have pressed the customize button and gone in and just chose true to life. Oh, I'm not dropping out the queue. But then I got out the queue last time and then it totally errored out on me. Matthew disappeared. Matthew, did you get flying or did it drop you out? Are you still with us? You managed to create your character, you said. I'd be interested to know if you got any further. Right, let's go back. Well, have people expected perfect servers and fast downloads? Yeah, well, it's not like it was a cheap game. Nothing more from Microsoft yet, as far as I can see. Let's check the flight sim blogs, because I'm sure it'll all be the same stuff, but, you know, maybe we get something different. Or some more memes or something. Just me, or did it? I think it got louder on the reboot. Community official Microsoft discussion hub. Oh. Feature request. I wish there was a better download experience with a proper offline working version. Bug reporting. Aircraft missing. Broken jetways. Oh, this is 2020. Yeah, it's not so easy to see in there. We're aware of a report of aircraft missing from my library and aircraft select screens. Server issues. Just perfect. It's just working so smoothly. I can't even get past the login queue. And reload will fix the missing aircraft. Yeah, reload will end you up in the queue like I am. They just want people to reload because it gets somebody in, gets them excited, and then they get kicked out, and then. The white part of the screen. Railroad fixes everything, don't you? The refund liability. Yeah, well, we discussed this back in when 2020 launched. There was, you know, the install time was massive because of the size of the game and the download. That Steam did honour refunds beyond the 2 hours. So I would expect that they will do the same. See, I'm sitting in this queue, just doing nothing, and psychologically I'm going, do I restart? But then I'm like, well, I shouldn't, because I'm in a queue. Theoretically. Feels like a slot machine. Yeah, it really is. Like, restarting gets you into this queue, but it's like, you just don't know. And when they put too many spinners on one screen, that doesn't fill me with confidence either. Like, which spinner am I supposed to trust? Yeah, and they don't tell you what position you're in the queue either. Like, if it was like you're in a queue and you could see the number going down. Then at least you'd have confidence that you're actually in a queue, whereas I'm not confident I'm actually in a queue. Is everybody else sitting on the same screen, or is it just me? Because if it's just me, I might... Yeah, try where. Yeah. Okay. I think if it was just me, I might have been consider it just to try a restart. But if it's just me, sorry, if it's everybody. Can't get anything useful out of Twitter anymore because it doesn't load as nicely as the Steam forums. People are saying that the loading screen is maxing out their GPU and that the frame rate is like 1400 FPS. Oh god. I restarted the game now, I'm stuck on 98%. If only. View posts from this guy. 3 minutes ago, we're aware of missing aircraft. Working to resolve. Please stay tuned. We're aware of missing aircraft. We're aware of users reporting long loading times. If your mouse doesn't show up, press Alt and Enter. Yeah. Well, at least they've got somebody in the Steam forums replying to people, but still. Paying your 3090 at 50%. See what mine's doing. Yeah, 50, well 60%. It's a 3070 Ti. So yeah. It's hammering out your GPU for some reason. Probably mining Bitcoin at the same time. I'm gonna make dinner now, so wish you luck. Hopefully you can fly. Thank you, appreciate you joining us. I'll say I will sit and wait it out for a bit more until my dinner's ready, and then I will go for dinner and come back and hope that I got in during that time. No worries. Well, everybody's angry. Yeah, there's more and more people now saying that they're in the 0%, can't even get on queue. And then you got a report saying the server is down. Yeah, I think my server's down. That's what I'm thinking. I think I kick it round again and see if I get any luck. I mean, it can't be any worse than I already was at, right? Can't go backwards. I wonder just how hammered their refunds are getting right now. Oh, same again. Login queue. At least it got to the login queue faster. Terrors of loading screens. Microsoft Patience. Patience Simulator. I enjoyed the short movie about a man and his plane. However, it seemed quite expensive for its length. Oh dear. Oh, I wonder what the extra noise was. Yeah, people are dropping off because just getting nothing. 0% queue club for everyone. Yep, seems like it. I mean, I'm reading the forums and everyone seems to be in the the same thing, and I'm reading the negative reviews now on Steam. That's in a bunch of languages. I need English. 2 hours of loading screens. Microsoft Patience. I've seen this one. Seen this one. Possible to load. Worst launch I can remember. Nah, it's not the worst launch I can remember. It's the same as New World, as I say. Yeah, the reviews are all the same. I mean, I'm not surprised. Everybody's saying the same thing. So, I'm like, did anybody get in? I mean, they're saying the servers are overloaded, but does that mean people got in or not? No, I'm not from the US. No, I hope I don't sound like it. No, I'm from Scotland. So I'm in Europe. Not the EU, unfortunately, but I'm in Europe. So yeah, I think it's just a mess everywhere, especially in the busy markets. I think most people are deciding it's time to go for dinner. Yeah, not that far. Yeah, Nick's in the US, so it's the same. Yeah, it's the same everywhere. I'm running out of things to say. I just don't know. It's just stressful, you know. You're in a queue, but you don't know if you're actually in a queue or if you're just in a page that says you're in a queue. I'm gonna see what the other. I want to see if anybody's got on.
One of the things that the other gentleman, not York.
Apologies, you're gonna hear.
Recommendations.
I'm gonna mute them, but I'm trying to put on.
So many.
Just want to check some other streamers to see if anybody's got in. No, so this guy I'm looking at, he's not got in. I think he's switching to an EA launcher. He's gonna go play something else. He's given up. Oh yeah, this guy is watching a relaunch of the SpaceX flight from last time because he can't get in. He's stuck in the same queue. Oh, I've got video now. Does that mean I'm not in the queue? Don't know. So he's in the queue. He's given up. He's waiting to play football. Oh, this guy looks like he might have got in. But he's
and then we've got Ollie with the
got a bunch of errors. Oh god. Noisy guy. Um. Oh no, sorry. He was just showing memes as well. He didn't actually get in. He minimized it, and he's back in the login queue. So everybody's in the login queue, right? All the streamers, which means everybody. Everybody's in the login queue. This guy's flying the A380, so he's back playing 2020. Oh, no. Okay, one guy got in. He's doing one of the lessons. So there's a couple of lucky people that are getting to fly. But not many. Most people are sitting in the queue. Oh, and I got the server issue. Great. Just wonderful. All my viewers have dropped off because I can't get in. Can't get in. Are you kidding me? Right, well, tell you what. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go for dinner. I will be back probably within an hour. And if I have any luck, I might start a new stream. Yeah, I think the queue that has the spinner at the bottom right is telling you it can't even talk to the server. But I'm going to go and get food. And then we'll keep trying afterwards. As I say, worst case, we'll get the Starship flight at 10 o'clock. So I'll be back soon. Yeah, sorry I couldn't give you anything before this. I'll leave the stream running so you can see if I get in or not. So you can feel free to stick around. If not, come back in maybe an hour, and then we'll see if we got in at that point. Alright, cheers everyone.
backwards trying to find.
back. Let me put myself out of the way of the dogs. I figure, whilst we're waiting, we can just watch the dogs play. I'm getting feedback because I was keeping an eye on the chat whilst I was eating and this stream to see how we're getting on. On the old game, didn't change since the community folder. Did change things deep in the operating system. Ooh. No, I didn't use any Google satellite maps. No. But this is a problem everyone's having. I've been keeping an eye on it. I've been tracking a bunch of other streamers who aren't getting in either. We do appreciate the support. Our subs have exploded tonight. See, it'd be nice if we could get to 1,000. Can we get to 1,000 before the game loads? That'd be interesting. I do have a couple of big treats here. Don't tell the dogs. If we get to 1,000, I'll give them to them. My wife's down there playing patty cake with the dogs. Because I assume it's a more exciting thing to watch than the spinner. But yeah, a bunch of the other streamers are checking Reddit, laughing at memes, just can't get in. There's a couple of people that are getting in. I don't know how they got in, but they got in, and well, as you would expect, they're getting all the views because they're not watching a spinning circle. So, somewhat jealous of them because I'm starting to lose hope that I'm going to get in tonight at all. We are 1 hour 28 minutes from the SpaceX launch. So we can always keep an eye on that. I don't necessarily want to re-stream other people's streams, so I'm not going to. However, when SpaceX starts streaming to X, I will re-stream their stream because they don't mind people doing that. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you look at the discussions now, and people are like, "Why is everybody so upset?" Well, everyone's so upset because some people have spent hundreds of pounds, euros, dollars, whatever, on this, and they can't get in. If you pre-ordered it or whatever else, people have been looking forward. Some people took days off work for this. Now, I didn't take today off work, thankfully, but if I still can't get in the morning. Hopefully, when Stalker comes out tomorrow, it will reduce the demand for this sim, and that'll allow me to get in and start doing my career. So, if you do stick with me, we will be doing whatever we didn't get done today, potentially tomorrow. But as I say, I'm going to stick it out for another little while. We're gonna watch the launch at 10 o'clock. So, until then, we'll just play with the dogs. Oh, somebody tried to play the sub game. Somebody tried to knock it up to 96 and then went back. Doesn't work. People will be pissed tomorrow at work. Yeah. But then, how many, again, depending on what you do for work and who your colleagues and stuff are, most people probably will look at you funny if you say that you've spent hours trying to get into a simulator last night and couldn't get in. So unless your colleagues are all flight sim fanatics, probably not going to be something that they're going to talk about too much tomorrow at work. I've taken the day off. But yeah, we've been live for 4 hours and 12, call it 13 minutes, watching loading screens. Unbelievable. And, you know, people are complaining, it's like, you know, you could at least put a countdown on the queue, tell us where we are in the queue, tell us when we're going to get in. So they do seem to have stabilized it. The people that are streaming that have got in seem to be able to actually get in and do it now. But those that haven't got in, I don't even know if you'll get in today. Well, yeah, but then there are some people streaming that have got in, so the queue might be fake, but there are people that have got in, that are streaming, that are doing the tutorials and things. So if the queue's false, how did they get in? Oh! I've got this screen. This is the screen that comes up before it tells me the server dies, right? This is the one that says, after about a minute or two of playing the video, it says, servers are dying, or whatever. Which view do I want? Cockpit view, maybe. This one. Let's hope it doesn't. Let's hope it doesn't compensate. Error, can't contact the servers or whatever. But that's what it did last 2 times we got this far. It's crazy now. Like, we watched this video sequence for hours. And got sick of it. Now I'm excited to see it, because it means I'm not in, well, I'm not in the first queue anymore. I'm now in the second queue. Before it tells me the servers have died. Oh my god, there's a bunch of screen tearing going on in that streamed video. That looked awful. That looks nice. But there was some tearing along the top of the screen. I could have cut the game. See, there we go. Server issue detected. I told you. That's what happens. It cuts you there and then it kicks you out. Oh my god. Back to dog cam. The dog cam was more exciting. But yeah, if everybody's sick of that music, I can cut the music. That's not a problem. The dogs have too much energy tonight. My own game, as it was too loud. Oh, right. Yeah, you can on your computer you can go into the sound mixer and you can turn off the audio for the game whilst it cooks your graphics card. I mean, multi-threaded login queue. The threads on my computer are going mental, and it's the login page. You'd think they'd have optimized that from 2020, but they haven't. They've left it just eating your graphics card and your computer. I swear they're just mining Bitcoin on my computer at this point. It's just it's a front page for a Bitcoin miner. He looks happy just at the top of the screen there. Oh, Nick's back. Hi, Nick. Sarah's must be mining, but yeah, I'm seriously. They have to be. It has to be Bitcoin mining. There's no excuse for hitting everybody's graphics cards this hard. My wife's just told me I've been perpetually starting soon for 4.5 hours. That's to let everybody know that we'll be starting soon, just as soon as Microsoft gets their ish together. Oh, I don't understand it. Spin up a bunch more servers. It's Azure. You can spin them back down again in the morning when nobody's playing. Oh. Probably ruining some people's dreams. I mean, there'll be children that will have wanted to play this game who would have become airline pilots and won't because they've done this. Like, destroying lives. Apparently Tesla made Kim Kardashian a robot. Don't know why. I don't really see how she fits into their business model, but anyway. Yep, I'm just gonna start reading you the news off of Twitter because there's nothing else to talk about. Oh. And here I thought, you know, we'd be going through a bunch of the lessons, maybe get private license, maybe even the commercial license tonight. It's not looking good. Yeah, see, the problem is, if I watch anything on my computer, it will come out on the stream. Anything I watch on my computer, if I was to stick on a different YouTube video or something else, would come out on the stream. Plus, it's probably, I mean, you know, this is boring content for you all anyway, and I appreciate those of you that are sticking around. But yeah, it's not the best content watching me watch something else. So you get to watch me watching a spinning circle. I am keeping an eye on the Starship thing though, so when we're ready we'll have that. I'm expecting that in about half an hour. SpaceX will go live. There's no dogs in the dog cam.
Lucky fella, please.
Yeah, so it's the same flight profile as last time, Nick. So they are going to try and catch the booster again. My wife is trying to get subs for our dogs, harvest subs for our dogs from the chat. If you do click on that, come back. Don't click on that and go away. Yeah, so same flight profile. They're gonna try and catch the booster, and then the ship is gonna land in the Indian Ocean again, but in the Indian Ocean during daylight hours over there. So they're hoping to get video of it re-entering and coming down, and the splashdown in daylight. That's going to be the difference for this flight. There are also a bunch of minor changes to the ship itself. There's some less heat shielding on it for some reason. But yeah, it's the same profile that they're trying to do again. So they're not going to try and recover the ship. They will blow it up again in the Indian Ocean, but they want to catch the video of it coming in and landing and stuff like that. So yeah, it is scheduled to launch at 10 PM UK, which is an hour and 12 minutes from now. Yes, assuming the Starlink connection works, there's no reason, Jojo, why we wouldn't get to see it re-enter. The re-entry will be about, I think, I don't do this coverage normally, I think it's like 40 to 50 minutes after the launch. So there'll be the launch, then there'll be the catch relatively quickly afterwards, then there's a cruising phase of the Starship, then it re-enters, yeah, about 40 minutes to an hour later. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on a couple of the streams, and there is a bunch of venting and stuff going on, so they are underway for fueling it up. Fueling has begun. So it's become a SpaceX Starship stream soon. It'd be nice if just as it takes off, although I'd really rather get in sooner than that, but just as it takes off I get into the sim as well. But yeah, I don't know about you guys, but this music is becoming a bit tedious. So let me turn it down a bit. That's interesting. It's got 3 audio settings. Which one is it? Oh, it's that one. Interesting. I wonder if that's just hangover from when I crashed it out, or if there's actually 3 instances of it running. I guess I'll watch that later. Jeremy Clarkson apparently speaking at the farmers' protest today. Yeah, the farmers went down to protest the whole inheritance tax thing. Hmm? Oh yeah, it's like a 5-minute video. I don't know what the rules are on sort of restreaming stuff like that. Plus, I don't know if anybody watching this would want to watch me watch the news. It's amazing how every channel, it doesn't matter what your content is about, if you have to just speak about nonsense for long enough, eventually you start talking about the news and politics. Like, I have found that, it doesn't matter, every channel, I have found that they end up derailing back to that at some point. Well, I am going to take another short break then, and I will come back when the SpaceX stream is up, which should be in about 20 minutes is what I'm expecting. But yeah, I'm kind of struggling to just sit here and vamp. If the sim comes up, I will be back straight away to jump into the sim. Otherwise, I'll see you in about 20 minutes. I left my juice right in front of my camera. Professional. I'm a professional. We are waiting for the SpaceX stream to start. It was pushed back by 5 minutes, 20 past 9. As you can see, I'm still in the queue, reading these forums and things. There's a conspiracy that potentially Steam users are getting put to the back of the queue. And I'm a Steam user. I don't do the subscription. So that kind of sucks if true. Anyway, hopefully something we can get hyped about is if the SpaceX stream starts, I'll figure out how to I'm gonna get rid of the starting soon. We're not starting soon, we're probably starting never. We'll put up the SpaceX stream and we'll enjoy a Starship launch together. We'll see if I get in to the game during that time or not. Shemmy's stuck at the dreaded 97%. Well, lucky you. I can't even get past 0% now. I got in. I actually got into some of the menus. It let me confirm the amount of assistance that I wanted. It confirmed my controllers that I have. And then it went to the character creation flash screen. And then it just stayed there and died. So yeah, it's probably going to be tomorrow at this point. That said, I did promise people who joined earlier in the stream that we would watch the Starship fight together. So, man of my word, I've stuck around, and we will do that just as soon as it starts broadcasting. Speak of the devil. So, let me do a couple of things. Sorry, the sound's going to be awful for a second, because I'm going to have to turn off the flight sim audio. Yeah. And then I'm going to have to add a source. Window capture. There we go. Turn that down a bit until they come on. I need to figure out how to move my windows now. I don't know if any of you actually care about watching the dogs. I'm sure somebody does, so let me move my windows about a bit. I'll have to reset up my entire PC after this, like for streaming, because I just keep messing with my config. But at least we have something to look forward to now. A space rocket. Launching. I should change my stream name, shouldn't I? Starship Flight 6. I watched all of these live. Well, not live on YouTube, but live IRL. So we are just waiting for SpaceX to start. Here we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to the
34 minutes to go.
It is currently 3:25 p.m. Central Time at Starbase, Texas, and it has been just 40 days since our last
Yes,
launch
dear,
of the
no
world's
improvements.
biggest rocket.
It's crashed a couple of
Joining our
times
first afternoon Starship
with the
liftoff
server
just
just completely timing out on me.
34 minutes from now. And
I'm back in the
at
queue
9:04
again.
p.m. Central
SpaceX
Time.
have just started their
This
stream,
timing
so
will bring us daylight
we're
views
gonna have a
of the
bit of a
ship
watch
splashing
party
down on the other side
for
of the
that,
world. I'm
whilst we
Kate
see
Tice,
if we
Senior
get
Quality
anything in the
Systems
queue.
Engineering
If we
Manager
get
at
in,
SpaceX.
I will jump to well, depends if it's a critical moment in the SpaceX stream or not. Then I will jump in and start testing the sim, but whilst we wait, we'll enjoy the SpaceX stream. Did you get in, or are you still stuck? Because anybody in my chat actually got in.
It's been just over a month since Flight 5, making this our quickest turnaround yet between
And
Starship flight
did you
tests.
buy on
Our ultimate
Steam, or did
goal
you
is to
buy
get
it
that
directly
turnaround
from
time
Microsoft?
down to hours.
Because there's a
On Flight
theory going
5,
on that
the
Microsoft's
SpaceX team wanted to
prioritizing people who bought
immediately
the
implementing lessons
bought the
learned
sim
into the
from
vehicle
them,
to
or
help
is using Game
hardware and
Pass,
software systems
which
for
is
flight
incredibly
tests.
frustrating if that's true.
This is what rapid iteration looks like. We gather real data from these test flights and turn around and fly again as soon as possible. This is the process that is bringing us the rapidly reusable Starship that will soon be taking us to the Moon and Mars.
Flight 5 proved that we can safely bring the booster back to
Yeah.
the launch tower, which is a key factor in
Yeah, I think
driving
we all
rapid
did. So,
reusability, and
I got it
land
on
ship
Steam
with a
too.
high-precision
And I
splashdown
wonder if
in
we're
the
just being
Indian
treated as
Ocean.
second-class
We'll be taking
citizens.
you through today's test objectives in just a moment, but first, let's check in with Dan, who is on the ground just a few miles from the pad at Starbase with the best views. How's it going, Dan?
Hey Jesse, it's going fantastic. I got a couple hundred of my best friends out here ready to watch.
Yeah,
this
I'll say
flight.
after the
Hopefully another catch today.
SpaceX
welcome everybody
rocket
back to
thing,
Starbase
I'm
for another
gonna
Starship
call it a
launch.
stream
I
anyway.
got launch
I'll have
control
been
set
live
up
for
behind me, tower just about 6
5.5,
miles over
6
that
hours at that
shoulder.
point.
It has been a pretty quiet countdown.
Getting
Not
tired.
a lot of chatter
So
on the loops right now as we are into prop
after
work,
this,
and we are
I
counting down
will
to the
go
very
and
top
rest
of our
and
window at 4 p.m.
get my
Central
energy
Time.
back for
So just about 32 minutes
doing it all
from
again tomorrow.
now. Right now, the range is projected to be clear by
Or at least
then.
hopefully
We've
get in
got
the morning.
assets out there making sure land, air, sea, everything around the launch pad and then our flight path are clear before we give the.
Yeah, it doesn't
go to
surprise me
liftoff
that people have
today.
gone back to
We
2020.
got through the weather poll. Everything
There
looking
is a
great.
chance some of the
Breezy
streams that
today,
are
well
claiming to be
within our constraints,
2024
for both
are
launch
just
and catch
streaming
criteria.
2020.
And as you can tell,
I've
we're
seen
looking
people
for
streaming
solid
all sorts
onboard
of things
views.
with
You
a
can see those white frost
title
lines
of
starting to tick up
2024,
as
but
we're
they're
putting
all in the
cryogenic,
queue,
the
so
liquid methane and
they're
the
playing other
combustion
games
gas
and
to
stuff like
both
that,
those
or
vehicles.
reading
The ship
comments.
upload started at about T-minus 49 minutes, and then the booster followed just a couple minutes after at about T-minus 41. We're almost halfway full on ship, just about a third on booster. Those are both going to continue until we're about 3 minutes, 20 seconds before liftoff on ship. And then the booster is going to close out at about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So we pretty much we're loading up right to that last possible minute, keeping it as dense and cold as possible, and then getting off the launch pad. The countdown startup sequence, everything will look very familiar if you watched Flight 5, assuming you did. But you're going to see the engines start to ignite at about 3 seconds.
I'm so hyped for
before
this.
liftoff. They're going to start up.
I
in
was
two
hyped for
different groups.
Flight Simulator
So
until
center
I
15,
can't
and
get in.
15 of that outer ring and then those final 5 bringing all 33 Raptors online. After that, we'll see about a second later, and then it'll lift off, so a couple seconds from first light until motion. As usual,
It's
we
like a
can
second
hold
workday.
T-minus 40 seconds if we have
If
any
I'm not
issues to
going to,
clear,
but if I
anything
got
with the
to
range, anything that triggers on the
8
vehicle,
hours,
and if we pass
that would be
T-minus
like
10
another work
seconds,
day.
the deflector fires, and then we scrub, then we're done for the day for at least 24 hours. But weather is fantastic, light breeze, no clouds in the sky, not tracking any hardware constraints.
I don't know what my longest
today. If
stream
we're not
is,
able to get off the pad, though,
but
we've
we've
got
got to be
an
getting close to
opportunity
it if
south
we
of
haven't
Wayne
already
to be
beaten it on
24
this
to
one.
48 hours later. But everything looking great.
Tomorrow
I'm
we might
excited to be
beat
able
it
to see
again
another
though.
look
If
and
we
see
get
it all
in and
the
if we
pad.
get
Check
flying,
back in with
there's
everybody
a
in
good
just
chance
couple
we
of minutes.
do
Back over to Jesse and
a solid 8 hours in
Awesome.
the
Thanks,
campaign
Dan.
and in doing the career.
Now you could see those 2 towers in the back there in the distance at Starbase. Starbase is really coming along just as rapidly as Starship itself. That second launch tower will be coming online next year, and it will allow us to increase our flight cadence and test even more frequently. And just a few kilometers away from the 2 towers, our cutting edge 1 million
Surprised you're
square
getting
foot
to
star factory is
97% now.
nearing
I'm not even
completion
getting on.
with
I'm
the
getting
goal of
stuck in this
producing
queue.
hundreds of
As you can
ships
see
a
Shemmy
year.
on the top right
Yeah.
here.
That
I'm
might
just getting
sound
stuck in the
crazy.
queue. I'm not even
That's
getting to
because it is.
97%.
If you can imagine a future where we are flying and catching a fleet of boosters, which is the lower portion of the vehicle, that fleet is actually pretty small compared to the potentially hundreds of ships, the uppermost portion of Starship, that will be flying in that future vision.
Yeah, exactly, Kate. Those ships will be staying in space for long duration missions to go to the moon or Mars, or become tankers for refueling, or any number of other uses. But the boosters will come back and turn around to launch the next ship. So in order to hit that production cadence of hundreds per year, we're rapidly building out Star Factory, which is our Starship production facility in Texas.
And live views, not live views, views of that Star Factory there. Now, this place allows us to move system integration work earlier in the build process, which means more efficiency, higher quality, and ultimately faster production. Starbase is an incredible place to be right now. There really is nowhere else in the world like it. You know, hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Now, what you might be hinting at is the good news is we are hiring. If you love what you're seeing, check out our openings at Starbase. On the engineering side, we're looking for vehicle
Yeah, but you have
design
to be
engineers
American
across
citizens,
structures,
so.
propulsion, and integration.
You've never been in the
And
queue.
if you're a hands-on tech, we're looking for
I am
integration
super jealous.
technicians and welders that can help us hit our goal of building a
Where are you
Starship
hailing
every
from?
8 hours. And to do that, we need builders.
I'm wondering which server you're
we're
hitting.
definitely going to need a lot of builders to get that down to just 8 hours.
Right? Now, beyond that, in order to keep Starbase growing, we have all kinds of roles.
'Cause if
from
I-
board
yeah, I think
staff
I'm
to
hitting
HVAC technicians
the Europe
to
server.
EMTs. So, chances are, if you're looking, we have a place for you. Visit SpaceX.com/careers to see all of our openings.
Every role is critical to the future of Starship. With Starbase growing faster than ever, we can't do it without you.
This place is where our future is being built.
Yeah, so you should be
and
hitting the
that
Europe
is a
server as
future
well,
that
so I'm
we are all
surprised
very excited about. All right, let's dive
that
deeper
you're not hitting
into
the,
inner workings of Starship and learn more about
you're
this
not hitting
flying
the queue.
skyscraper.
Starship
I hope I'm not
features
hitting
two
like a
major
South
parts, the ship,
Asia
which has
server
6 Raptor
because that
engines,
was the last
and the
server I
Super
was
Booster,
on
which has 33
on
Raptor
2020.
engines.
I
Just
don't
like
think that's how it
1 through
works,
5,
but
the current iteration of Starship is an experimental vehicle
that would be
flying for
interesting.
development.
Open
With a
2020
few
change my
planned
server.
upgrades, Starship will
See if
have
that makes
3
any
times the
difference.
thrust of Saturn V at 10,000 metric tons of thrust, plus the added benefit of full
I don't think that's how it
reusability.
works.
Starship 2 will be capable
I'm
of
just getting
carrying more
desperate.
than 100 tons to orbit, and Starship 3 will be able to lift more than 200 tons to orbit. Now,
I'm
the
tired,
amount
so
of
apologies
mass
if my
we're able
energy
to
is
launch
sounding
per
really
rocket is crucial to creating a
low at this
self-sustaining
point.
operation.
Exactly. And speaking of
I've been
launch
live for
mass,
over
we
5
should
hours,
probably
and I
acknowledge
haven't been able
the
to get into a
elephant,
sim I paid over £100
banana
for,
in the room, and our today's
frustrating.
secret payload.
and I'm exhausted.
Okay, so 2 things here. The first is, remember on Flight 5, we had a giant Mechazilla decal where the banana is today. And there you can see that on your screen. Now, that decal is 3 feet tall, which might be hard to tell looking at it on the ship right there, which is why we have a full-scale reproduction of that decal here with us so that you can see the size compared to humans.
Yeah, it is bigger than you think it is. Like Jesse said, it's 3 feet high, and this is full scale, just like the one that was on
So that
Flight
means that they're
5.
just tiny
Now,
women.
It is hard to follow Mechazilla, but I do have one better. Bananas have been used for quick visual comparisons for quite some time, and our teammates thought it was time to bring the venerated yellow fruit to Starship.
Today we're flying Starship's first ever physical payload, which is, as you might have guessed, is a banana.
That's a live view inside.
They've
Starship.
actually
If you
put
look
a
closely,
banana
you
inside
can
it.
see our stuffed banana payload, which
Oh.
is doubling as today's zero gravity or zero G indicator. And while
That
this
is
payload will remain
hilarious.
inside the vehicle at all times and will not be deployed today, it did give us a chance to do a test run of payload approval processes with the FAA. And that's something that we're hoping to do next year if we start flying our first Starlink satellites on Starship. Godspeed,
They had to get a
banana.
payload approval to put a banana on it.
Some additional
brilliant.
size for context. You can see on your screen a Starlink
It'll be
pointing next
funny
to
if
a
it
banana
cooks
for
on the
scale.
way back in.
And to get an even
Then
better
they're gonna
sense of
blow it
how big
up.
Starship is, let's take the average size banana.
They've
next to
done
the
graphics
average size
for
human,
it.
which is about 2 meters high. Towering over our
Oh,
average
dear.
human is the length of the Millennium Falcon, which comes in at 35 meters. Our Falcon 9 rocket with the payload fairing attached is double the size of the Millennium Falcon at 70 meters, and nearly twice the size of that is the fully integrated Starship at 121 meters tall. The ship is about 50 meters, and the Super Heavy booster alone stands 71 meters tall. And we do have plans
You
to
can't
make the
see the
ship
dog,
and
no.
booster even taller in the future.
And yeah, it might be hard to imagine that because it's pretty big already.
Sorry, I'm moving
Now,
this thing
Starship's
around, but I
first
thought if I
stage
could
has
get a
diameter
good shot of
roughly
the dog,
2.5
I
times that
would
of
do that.
Falcon
But
9,
they're
and,
both just
as
passed
you can
out.
see on your screen, with 33 much larger Raptor engines. I love this view. This is looking up at the aft end of Starship there at the engine bay. Now, moving up the rocket, the ship features 6 Raptor engines, 3 sea levels, and 3 vacuum engines, which are optimized to operate in the vacuum of space. The ship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface, like the surface of the moon, for example. This ship is also outfitted with 4 flaps to help aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable a precision landing.
To reach full reusability, the ship must survive re-entry not just once, but multiple times. It took the teams at SpaceX about 3 years to develop the heat shield on Starship, and development for improvements is still ongoing.
It's still ongoing because
The
it's not
ship's heat
great,
shield
yeah.
is composed of thousands of hexagonal ceramic tiles designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit or over 1,400 degrees Celsius. The
This
tiles are
queue
something
on
we
Flight
iterate
Simulator
on
is
every
ridiculous
flight
at this
test
point.
as we build towards a heat shield requiring no refurbishment
5
between
hours.
flights to unlock rapid reuse.
And the teams have actually already begun testing the heat shield tiles in environments simulating Mars atmospheric entry conditions, which we'll see more of in just a few minutes. You know, slightly different than coming back to Earth.
Just slightly different. And in between the first and second stages is our hot stage, which we saw in action on flights 2, 3, 4, and 5. So let's recap that last flight to understand what we accomplished and how that's changing for today's flight.
On October 13th, Starship successfully lifted off at 7:25 a.m. Central Time from Starbase, Texas. A gorgeous sunrise ascent that was fairly quickly followed by the hot stage separation maneuver, which we see here, as well as on multiple previous Starship flights. The booster then performed a flip maneuver, boost back burn, and then we jettisoned that hot stage, which you see there. The booster then performed its boost back burn, which brought it back on a trajectory to the launch tower, back to the Gulf Coast. We can see here the booster descending through the Earth's atmosphere. It broke the sound barrier again as it was coming back through. Those Raptor engines relit, and then the moment that made us all lose our minds, the booster
This
came back
was awesome.
for a successful first ever catch by the chopstick arms.
I was with
back at the
my best
exact
mate
same
at this
launch
time,
tower
and
that
it was
launched
ridiculous.
from. It
I got
was
so excited. I was
insane.
like, oh
As
my
you can
god,
see, we all went
they
bananas.
actually caught
You
it.
did too, probably. Thousands of distinct vehicle and pad criteria had been met, and thanks to the tireless work of the entire Starship team, we succeeded on that first attempt.
And while that all was happening, ship was continuing to coast towards the Indian Ocean. It executed an excellent coast, made its way down through re-entry, relit its engines, did that flip maneuver, relit its engines for landing burn, and then splashed down into the Indian Ocean. Now that whole flight test concluded. That splashdown 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 40 seconds after launch.
Starship's fifth flight test was one of our most ambitious yet, and as we work to demonstrate techniques fundamental to Starship and Super Heavy's fully and rapidly reusable design.
And I think I speak for all of us when I say that seeing the catch for the first time was an extraordinary moment for the
Yeah,
entire
I don't
SpaceX team.
think we're getting
We've
in
seen a lot of
tonight,
wild
Shammy.
firsts here, but that was
I'm just
truly
gonna
an epic
enjoy.
moment in
I think I'm
time.
just gonna enjoy
We're not
Starship,
doing that anytime soon.
and
We
then
certainly
I'm gonna
wanna do
go
this
and
for
just
folks.
chill out.
Now, today's mission profile is very similar to Flight 5, but there are some differences that we've incorporated as we prepare for future reuse. About 20 minutes from now, Super Heavy will ignite its 33 Raptor engines and lift off from Starbase. About 2.5 minutes into flight, the booster will separate from the ship in a hot stage separation, and we've seen that occur on multiple flights, including Flight 2, 3, 4, and 5. About 2 seconds after that burns, we'll jettison that hot stage. The booster will perform its flip and boost back maneuver, and we will once again look to return the booster to the launch site for a catch by the tower's chopstick
Yeah,
arms.
it's
And
insane
once again, we will only attempt that if both the booster and tower are healthy
that we're all
after
just in
launch.
this queue.
We were successful last time.
Hell
but we should
Divers too.
emphasize that
Yeah.
this process is still very
I
new,
can't play
and this is
anything
still
else
just
because
a
all my
test, so,
games are on Steam, and you can
success
only
is
play
very
one
far
game
from
on Steam at a
guaranteed today.
time.
It's always a possibility
So I
that we'll use the
actually
vehicle.
can't
It's a
play
contingency
anything else
that we'll
either,
always
which is
plan for.
frustrating.
Yeah, exactly. Now, while the booster is doing its job, the ship's 6 engines
And if I
will
wanted to play the
remain lit
PlayStation,
for
I
a
have to go
few minutes
downstairs.
before shutting down and
So,
then going into the coast phase. The ship will coast
I might
for
do
a
that
total of
afterwards. I
about
might.
40 minutes or
I
so,
bought the
reaching a peak
Horizon
altitude of approximately
Forbidden West
213
expansion
kilometers.
recently.
Now, one
I might go
additional
down and just
objective
kill
for
some
this flight
machines to get my
during
anger
coast
out.
is an in-space burn using one of ship's Raptor engines. Doing a burn while in space will build confidence that we can do deorbit burns, which is a key capability for upcoming orbital missions. Now, after the coast phase, the ship will attempt a controlled re-entry, and if ship makes it all the way down, we'll once again perform a flip and landing burn before splashing down in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah. Now, there are some notable changes to our entry plans for this flight, and they will intentionally push the ship to, and very likely beyond, its limits. This includes several thermal protection upgrades and operational changes as we prepare for future ship catch and reuse. Today's flight test will also test new secondary thermal protection materials, and entire sections of the heat shield has actually been removed in certain areas. And on top of all of that, we're going to fly
Which seems
the ship
crazy.
at an
Why
aggressive
would you want to
angle of
remove the
attack
heat shield?
once it's moving slower
I
than
get it.
speed
There's
itself.
a weight
Now, this means
element
we'll be
there,
flying
but
nose down
they've
instead
had
of our
so
usual
much
belly flop
success.
orientation during final descent. This will no doubt
to
stress
then
the limits
remove
of
it and cause a
collapsibility
failure
to
would be just
maintain
kind of
control,
sad.
but it will be a chance to get real flight data on what our limits
You're playing
actually
Dyson
are.
Sphere on
So,
Steam
to
while
put
trying
it
to
as
load
bluntly as possible,
2024.
do not be surprised if
I didn't
this
think
is
you could
not
play
a
two games
smooth
at the same
flight
time.
to Splashdown today. We are intentionally looking for how far we can push and discover the vehicle's true limits
Maybe you
as
can.
we plan for future
I don't
want
want to hit play because it'll
And even
kill-
though ship
might
recovery
kill
is
my
not expected today,
queue
the
simulator.
telemetry and data we receive all the way to the end is what we're looking for and what will help us get to a rapidly reusable Starship of the future.
Now, just like Flight 5, one of our objectives for Flight 6 is attempting to return the booster to the launch site to be caught by the tower. The booster for this flight has upgrades to add redundancy across its propulsion system, increase the structural, as well as increasing the structural strength in a few spots. We've also implemented a few changes across both ship and tower to try and speed up the post-catch timeline. Returning vehicles to the launch site leverages the same hardware that we use for stacking ahead of flight, making our infrastructure multi-purpose. And in order for us to achieve that rapid reusability that we keep talking about, we need a quick turnaround. And you can't get much faster than returning the launch vehicle right back there to where it needs to launch from again.
Exactly. In this video,
That will
you
be
can
something to see.
Our original render of
If they
booster
catch the booster
alongside
and the ship
actual footage of catch
right
from
next to each
Flight
other,
5, this video is
that
just
will be something to see.
mind-blowing
Not
to
today.
see
They're not planning to do it
the
today,
predicted
to be clear.
versus reality.
But
And just
ever.
like the last flight for today's
That
booster
will be
catch,
something
there
to see.
are thousands of criteria that need to be met in order to proceed with catch. Automated checks have to indicate we have a healthy booster and a healthy tower, and the flight director must issue a manual command which is informed by manual checks from the flight control team. If this command is not sent prior to the completion of the boost back burn, or if automated health checks show unacceptable conditions with Super Heavy or the tower, the booster will default to a trajectory that takes it to a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
I remember when we first heard the call out that tower was go for catch on Flight 5, and wow, I still get goosebumps when I think about
Nobody
that moment.
believed it.
Now, for today's
We were all
test,
like,
just
nah,
Flight 5, we're only
nah,
going to
you're gonna
catch if
blow up
everything
the
on
entire
booster
thing.
and
Because
the
if they
tower
miss, you
checks
can
out
see
at
there.
launch.
If
As
they
always, we
miss,
accept no compromises
they
when it
blow up
comes to
their
the
entire
safety of the
infrastructure.
public and our team. And so to that end, the area
That'd be
around the pad and the
disastrous.
flight path are cleared in advance.
A lot of things have to go right in order to line up the booster catch, so if all criteria is met, we will attempt the catch, but there is a chance that we may not. Either way, we'll be getting tons of in-flight data, which is extremely valuable.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
That first catch was pretty epic, though. So, like you, we'll be keeping our hopes high.
I've been
to
thinking
see
about playing
another one
the
this
new
afternoon.
DLC for Planet
Now,
Crafter.
Dan, you got
Do you
to
have
see
it? Is it
in
any good?
person last time. Are you mentally prepared for a possible round 2?
I mean, probably not. That was pretty hands down the coolest thing I've ever seen, and the fact that we're going to do that every time now breaks my brain a little bit, but it was absolutely incredible. One of the unique aspects with Super Heavy coming back is it does generate a sonic boom. This is something commonly associated with reusable spacecraft. It's coming in faster than the speed of sound and then slowing down. It creates that pressure wave that builds up, and then when it reaches you on the ground, that rapid change in pressure is that quick thunderclap sound that you hear. Now, generally the only effect is that thunderclap sound, but if you're not expecting it, it's definitely going to get your attention, and we were able to hear it last time. The impact of, or how loud it is, changes pretty dramatically. And in this video, you can see as we were descending, and there was kind of that quick triple pop that you heard. Now that was picked up from closer to the pad. Most people at our distance and further away, you're only going to hear one or two as they're happening kind of so on top of each other that it might just sound like one big bang. But as I said, that's something that's only associated with spacecraft being reused. We hear it with Falcon 9. We heard it during Shuttle, and looking forward to hopefully hearing it today. Just a quick status check, though. We're about 85% full on ship, almost 2/3 of the way full on booster, continuing to count down about 13 and a half minutes, a little under that, until we lift off today.
Where am I? SpaceX is live now. What do you mean? SpaceX is live on my stream.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, I think Dan said it really well when it
Where
really
am
does
I?
hurt the brain to think that this is going
I'm
to
right
be
here.
the norm. That this is just the beginning.
Can anybody
Every
confirm,
one of
like,
these flights
SpaceX
a step
is live
closer
on my
to a
stream,
fully
right? I'm not.
operational Starship that will take
Hold
us
on.
beyond Earth orbit. And with our pace of rapid iteration here, the Moon and Mars are not
Yes.
nearly as far in the future as you may think. In fact, we're planning to send Starships to Mars as soon as 2026.
I'm not sure where that comment came
The
from.
next Mars transfer window opens, which is under 2 years from now. Now, you might be familiar with the Starlink logo, which you see there on your
but-
screen. It's an iconic representation of the Mars transfer orbit, also called the Hohmann transfer orbit. This transfer window, or the time between the time when Earth and Mars are closest to each other, opens every 26 months and is only open for about 2 to 3 months at a time for a vehicle with Starship's power.
Lining up a launch to Mars is similar to how we launched to the International Space Station, where we timed the launches to match the station's orbit. If we didn't do this, we would need more propellant and more time to get there.
So the first opportunity we have to fly Starships to Mars, we plan to go for it. These first flight tests to Mars will be uncrewed and will test the reliability of landing in tech. If those landings go well, the first crewed flights will soon follow after that.
Right now, our flight tests are focused on proving out reusability of both Super Heavy and Starship. In 2025, we'll continue that focus while also potentially flying our first Starlink missions and demonstrate capabilities central to our role in taking astronauts to the moon.
It will be
as part of NASA's
amazing
Artemis
to
program.
see the first
Starship will be
crew.
used to land
go on
astronauts
that.
the lunar surface on
Because I don't know
NASA's
how they
Artemis
do the
mission, which will put
the
first
abort
humans
system,
on the moon since
considering they
1972.
can't separate the way they
One
would.
key capability will be the ability
with
to
the,
refuel
with the
Starship
Falcon 9.
on orbit, which you can see there on your screen.
So are they
with the
gonna have
Starship
flight
prop tanker
termination
docked with a
on
fuel depot.
a crewed
Next year, we're planning to
Starship?
test this
I don't
capability
think they can do that.
capability by launching
Maybe
two
they get people to
Starships
sign away
and
their
having
rights.
them meet up to transfer tons of cryogenic propellants. Now, when the time comes to land on the moon, Starship will link up with NASA's Orion spacecraft in lunar orbit, where astronauts will transfer over for their descent. Now, once on the lunar surface, they'll ride the elevator down in their Axiom EMU spacesuits from Axiom Space and leave the first footprints on the moon in more than half a century.
This seems
kickstarting
really
humanity's
complicated.
mission
Why
to
not just put them in
establish
the
a
Starship to
sustainable
begin
presence
with?
there. And coming
Rather than
soon to a moon
try
base
to
out
pair it
near
up with
you,
some other
Starship
mini
Enterprise
capsule.
Edition.
That is so exciting, and all the advancements that are going to come in order to enable all of that. Now, our rapid iterative development approach has been the basis for all of SpaceX's major innovative advancements, including Falcon, Dragon, and Starlink. Today, we're testing hardware and systems, and we need to know how they perform under the most extreme conditions. And what's more extreme than the flight environment? We'd much rather find the bugs and limits now during testing than later on when there's more on the line.
Well, yeah.
And to reiterate, while we do determine an acceptable level of technical risk on our vehicle and pad to learn as fast as possible, we accept no compromises when it comes to the safety of the public or our team. So all that to say, this is only the 6th of many future flight tests of Starship before it becomes fully operational.
And we tend to do our testing out in the open, just like today. And that means people sometimes see when our hardware doesn't perform as we planned during that testing. And that's okay, because this is exactly what we are testing for, to physically see if hardware performance matches what we expected
That's
to
the
do
whole point.
or not. Even more with today's test flight,
Don't make it
where
secret.
we're purposefully
Let everybody see
pushing
it.
the ship beyond its limits.
Plus, you get everybody excited, and
Starship
everybody gets
development
behind
is
you,
also
and
being aided by Starlink
then everybody's
space-based
like,
connectivity.
you know,
You might remember the Starlink panels that are incorporated into Starship. and
well,
you
they
see
can
them
put
there
pressure on the
your
government,
screen, those
whatever, to
rectangular
allow you to
panels
do
on
things
Starship's nose cone.
that otherwise you
Starlink
wouldn't be able
brings
to
us
do.
the epic views in space and on re-entry, and also helps deliver us critical flight data.
Yeah, I've
engineers
seen
need to
it.
continue
Overwhelmingly
developing.
negative.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not
Starlink
surprised.
continues to help us
People
push
have
the
paid
limits
their
in space
hard-earned money
in the
and
short
can't
term
get
by
in.
providing great views
I
and
want to
real-time
know how
data
many
on
people
our next
are
few
sitting in the
flights,
queue and how many are
particularly through
actually
re-entry,
flying.
which spaceflight veterans know
It's
that is
got to be a
historically
tiny
a
percentage that are
period of
actually
blackout for all communications within
actually
spaceflight.
flying.
Outside of Starship, Starlink has helped people across the globe, particularly in rural and remote areas that have been underserved by traditional broadband internet.
Yeah, and soon Starship will deploy our next generation Starlink satellites, which will continue to increase our capability to connect even more people with high-speed internet all around the world and beyond. Now, as we continue to prepare for our next several flight tests, we recently performed a cryo-proof test of the Starship for Flight 7, our first operation with the vehicle debuting a number of major milestones. The ship has been stretched to make room for larger propellant tanks, increasing the propellant capacity from 1,200 tons to 1,500 tons. The forward flaps also got a redesign. They have shrunk in size and they also shifted in location, and both of these things will help better protect them during entry.
So they've got no
heating
control,
while
or is
still
it just someone who
providing control.
doesn't know how to
There's
fly?
also a wide range of upgrades
Almost
that will make the vehicle more
reenacting
reliable, adding redundancy and the ability to operate for longer
Well,
durations
yeah,
in space.
that means it's a really
One
good
unique
simulator
aspect
then
of a
there.
trip to Mars are the
Um,
different conditions ship will see when entering the
But I
Martian
wonder, yeah, I
atmosphere.
wonder if
It's
that's
difficult to simulate Mars's atmosphere when
because
re-entering
I don't know
on
the experience
Earth,
of the person
so
you're
we've been testing a
watching,
variety
right?
of heat shield materials
I
inside a
wonder if
specialized
that's
plasma jet
pilot
chamber
error,
at the
or if
University
it
of
is
Illinois
simulator error.
Urbana-Champaign, where we're able to more closely simulate Mars's 95% carbon dioxide atmosphere.
Aside from looking awesome, this is important testing. The intense heat of entry will cause the CO2 to break down into its base elements, exposing Starship to atomic oxygen,
Yeah, me
which
too.
increases surface
Because I
heating
hope
and can cause
that when I
materials
get
to
in,
oxidize
it's
or
not just
start to break
pants.
down.
I mean,
Spacecraft entering over Mars encountered
it's
more
going to be
than
hard to
twice the
try and get
amount of
Steam to
atomic
give me a
oxygen
refund
at their
after,
peak when compared to Earth, and that is certainly a
I don't know,
unique
how long has it
challenge.
been now?
As we continue to test, we'll learn
4.5
more about what
hours.
makes a great
I'm
heat shield
sitting
for
running
Mars.
the game. I
Alright,
mean,
now
I'm
that
sure
we're
they give
heading
it to
into
me.
the
I
final
said to them,
minutes
look,
of
I've been
the
running it
countdown,
as long as
let's
I
go
haven't
back to
got in.
Dan for the latest
But
on
I
the
don't really
ground
want a
there at
refund. I want
Starbase.
to fly the sim.
Hey, Kate, afraid I have nothing but good news for you. We have a go from our range safety team. We are a little over 90% full on ship, almost 85% full on booster, and not tracking any holds to an on-time liftoff. So we've got about 3 more minutes of prop load. As long as the range stays clear, we don't trip any other holds. We might blow right past that T-minus 40-second mark, and lift off right at the top of our window at 4 p.m. Central. So toss it back to you guys one more time, but fun part about to start, we are, what, a little under 6 minutes away from launch.
All right, so we are continuing to progress now at 5 minutes and 43 seconds until liftoff. Now, once we pass the T-minus 40-second mark, a number of events are going to occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems will come up to flight pressure, and the ship will go on to internal power.
And then after that, the quick disconnect, or what we call the QD arm lockout, is removed in preparation for retraction shortly after T0. And once we pass the T-minus 40-second mark, we still have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds, and then hold there to assess what happened and if we can proceed again to T0.
Exactly. However, once the water for the deflector system begins flowing at T-minus 10 seconds, any issue after that would be an automatic scrub for the day, as the teams would need to refill the deflector's water tanks as well as the propellant storage tanks over at the tank farm before we're able to make another attempt.
Now, it is just so unbelievable that it's just been only a little over a month, and we are just a few minutes away from Flight 6. The crowd here is building up. We've got a much larger crowd here than when we were launching at 4 or 5 in the morning. Yep. Out here. So very exciting to have an afternoon launch, to have all the employees here.
Exactly. Now, just as a reminder, that T-minus 40 seconds.
Mary, I'm watching it on
opt to use it,
X or Twitter.
Everything is still potentially go for launch, so nothing to be
So,
worried about there.
if you go to
At
Twitter,
that point, basically,
if
up
you have
until T-minus
Twitter,
40 seconds, all
and
aborts
go
are just
to
holds.
SpaceX's
This
Twitter
would
page,
allow
it's
the
streaming
team
on
to
there.
wait for final checkouts to assess propellant levels.
You can
engines,
also,
avionics,
if you don't want to
vehicle
watch my stream
pressurization,
for some reason,
you know, range,
Everyday
weather. Occasionally
Astronaut
we've
has
had
a good
boats
stream,
lingering
but
in the
he won't
past,
have the SpaceX stream.
but that doesn't
He'll be
sound
using
like
his
that
own
was the case
cameras.
today.
Yeah, not today. No shrimp boats, which is great. Everything so far is looking good. We're getting really excited.
But
here,
yeah,
just
the
a few
official
minutes
SpaceX
away.
stream,
We're
because
gonna
it's
go
an
back,
Elon Musk
send it over to
company,
Dan in Starbase.
only
How's
streams
it going,
live
Dan?
on
It
X,
is
I
still
believe.
going great.
Could be
Just
wrong.
coming up on about
Double
3.5
check.
minutes away,
'Cause there
so we
was
should be done with our
something.
prop load on
I think
ship
it was Tesla.
momentarily.
I
Then
think it was
about 30
Tesla
seconds
that
later,
streamed
we'll
on
close out
YouTube.
Booster. Our flight control team
yeah,
on
SpaceX
board,
is-
or in the building just
Oh,
behind me, not on board. Some of them might wish they were on board.
No, that's a
Flight
fake
control
one. That's
team in
not
the building
real.
behind me, they're going to have
So yeah,
a lot of work
SpaceX
to
only
do
does
right after
X,
we lift off.
but I think Tesla, because it's a
we still
public
have
company,
a lot of manual checks that happen
streams
on the tower
also on
prior to the
YouTube.
flight director, who's going to be Tristan Pierce again today, giving a manual command to bring the booster back
Because
to
they
the
need to be able
launch
to get
site.
the noise
And
and
we
message
have-
out as many
the
as
tower
possible.
did just incredibly well on the last flight. We didn't lose any of our required redundancy for a catch, so we're hoping to see that again today. A lot of the team, really putting armor on the tower, making all of those things work, played a huge role in making that catch possible, and looking forward to hopefully seeing that happen again.
I want to see this
and of
banana
course, sending our first
just
payload to space.
get
You can see the banana.
decimated
It's
in
very
the
tightly
acceleration.
Secured, but I assure you it does have some room to float around. So once we're in a zero gravity environment, we should see our first Starship zero gravity indicator putting on a little bit of a show. And that's looking right in. That's where we're going to have Starlinks. That's our PEZ deployer. So getting its ride to space. So coming up on about 2.5 minutes, we are closing out on all of our prop load. Yep, just heard that our fill drains are starting to close, so that means we're no longer going to be flowing propellant into the booster and the ship. We're going to do what's called pushbacks. So all of that propellant in the ground systems is going to get pushed back to the tanks, clear out everything around the pad right before we light those 33 engines and take off. Just quick reminder, you're going to see fire start at the bottom. You're going to see the deflector start at about 10 seconds before launch. Lots of water to help dissipate all that heat, all that sound. And then the engine starting up in 3 different groups. And then about a second after T0, we should see liftoff. About 2.5 minutes into the flight, a little bit longer, we'll see hot staging. And that's when we're going to be listening really close on those loops to see if we're going to be bringing the booster back for a catch.
Let's make this bigger so
You always
everyone can
wanna
see it.
caution,
Nobody really wants to see me, let's be honest.
It's never a guarantee. We've done this once. We'll see if we do it again. We're only going to do it if the booster and the tower are looking really good before we attempt to bring it back here. But coming up on a minute, not tracking any holds on the board right now. So as long as we don't have any last second things, which do happen, Alright, flight director just confirmed T-minus 1 minute.
Alright, I'm gonna shut up now, and I will... Well, I might start screaming if it goes
Key
really
moment
well.
to look at in 10 seconds, that T-minus 40.
But basically I'm gonna be quiet and pay attention.
And we flew right through that.
Flight directors go for launch.
Nice.
All right, we're now T-minus 20 seconds until liftoff of Starship Flight 6. This will mark our second attempt to catch the Super Heavy booster at the launch tower, as well as
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Detect liftoff. Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Booster Raptor, chamber pressure nominal.
Nice.
Booster and ship, avionics, power, and telemetry nominal. Vehicle
All
has
right, we're
reached
just a little over a minute
maximum
into flight.
dynamic pressure.
We're about 6 miles away, so all the sound's still hitting us here. Hearing good call-outs that power telemetry nominal, that's flying straight and true. We do see all 33 Raptor engines lit up on telemetry screens. At this point, we've passed through that point of maximum aerodynamic pressure, that max Q. Now,
Somebody's
coming up
excited.
in just a little over a minute from now is going to be hot staging. So we're going to see the 6 engines on the ship ignite while still attached to the booster. Just before that, we'll see all but 3 center engines on the booster shut down. And
Yeah,
we
if
call
only
Nico,
this was
it's
Flight
most
Simulator.
engines cut off instead of main engine. And so while we continue to watch it go up, a lot of our
They
flight
just get better and
controllers
better at this
looking
every
at all the
time.
systems around the tower. Again, we have to send a
It
manual
amazes me
command.
how little fuel they need to bring it back and catch it. Last time I was sure it was going to run out of
30
fuel.
seconds away from hot staging. And we heard the tower is go for catch.
Booster engine cut off.
The return flag is set for true.
They're going to try and catch it.
Ship engine start up. Stage separation.
All right, hot staging confirmed.
Booster
6 out of
boost back
6
started.
lit on the ship. Booster boost back going. We heard that we are go for catch. Kate, Jesse, take out the views. Hopefully I got a booster coming home real soon.
Wow, from our view here, Dan, great views of planet Earth behind that Super Heavy booster. Right now it is performing the
Ship
boost
chamber
back
pressure
burn.
nominal.
Good news there, telling us that the pressures inside the ship are good. That is the second stage, or the upper portion of the vehicle. Follow along with the telemetry on the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, booster is currently, Super Heavy is currently in its boost back burn. This boost back
Ship
burn,
avionics, power, and telemetry nominal.
this boost back burn lasts
Nice.
just
It
a
looks
little
amazing
bit
when it
over
shuts
a
down its
minute,
engines as
So
well.
we've got a little, approximately 30 seconds left.
We've had shutdown of that boost back burn. Up next will be hot stage jettison. The view from the camera on the left, or from the booster on the left-hand side of your screen, and then
Yeah, so
tracking
now it just
cam there
ditches
on
a
the
bunch of
right-hand
weight.
side of your screen. We'll see those grid fins.
Booster
There we go.
offshore divert.
and we can also see that the hot stage has been jettisoned.
Yes, visual confirmation of that there on your screen, which is great. Now the next
Starship is following a nominal trajectory.
The next step for booster is going into that landing burn. Again, it'll light up 13 of those engines and then pare down to 3 engines right before booster catch.
All right, now just real quick, we did hear the call out, booster offshore divert. Unfortunately, that means that we are no-go for the catch.
Oh.
As we said before, both the tower
Something
and the
must have been
vehicle,
wrong.
as well as the operators on console, have been actively evaluating the commit criteria for that return to the launch tower. And unfortunately, we did not have a pass on those commit criteria. So we are no-go for tower catch.
Damn.
And we did mention that we're constantly evaluating the criteria
Damn.
for catch. There's a lot
They're
of
gonna
things that
blow
need
it
to
up.
go well in order to line that up. Unfortunately, today we will forego booster catch
I wonder what
today,
it was.
but
Ewan
what
will
you're seeing
tweet
on
it,
your
I'm sure,
screen
but
is ship currently making its way towards the Indian Ocean, still looking good so far.
Exactly. So views there of the booster on the left-hand side of your screen, views of the ship on the right-hand side of your screen. Now, we said before that it was not guaranteed that we would be able to make a tower catch today. So while we were hoping for it, like we said, it was pretty epic on attempt 1, but the safety of the teams and the public and the pad itself are paramount. So we are accepting no compromises in any of those areas.
Exactly, and we're still going to get a lot of good flight data.
they might have
with
actually run out of.
booster even,
They might not have
but
enough
especially
fuel
with
this time,
ship, again, we
actually.
have an
Like
additional
I was
objective
saying last
today to
time,
do an
I was
in-space
worried that
relight
they
of
didn't have
a
enough fuel
Raptor
last
engine,
time to do the
which again
land.
will help us set us
I
up for,
expect that's
being
probably
able
what it
to do
is.
deorbit
They've
burns,
used too
which
much
is-
fuel.
Pressure is nominal.
which is important for orbital flights. And what you're seeing on your screen is a view from Super Heavy as it's making its way back down to Earth.
Yeah, once again, we are attempting an offshore landing of the Super Heavy booster. So we have seen this before, and it is still very fun to watch, watching it come down for a soft splashdown off the Gulf Coast of Texas.
Yeah,
You
but
can
then
see
you're
it
gonna
there
blow it up.
re-entering. We saw
Or are you
earlier
actually
those
gonna
grid fins,
show
the
us it
4
going down this
hypersonic
time?
grid fins. Oh, we can see that the landing burn has begun on the Super Heavy booster.
And same pattern, 13 engines will light, gone down to 3 just as we expected. And what an incredible view of splashdown that we got today of
Is your landing
Super
shutdown?
Heavy.
Yeah, I'm
Are
sure
they gonna
the
blow it
buoy
up?
cam views will be pretty
Ah, they're not
awesome
gonna
once
show
again.
us.
So we'd like to confirm a
Boo.
water landing once again for the Super Heavy booster.
Boo.
Congrats
I
to
bet
the
it went
SpaceX
boom.
team for making that milestone.
The
as
banana
well.
threw it off
Now, ship
balance.
continues to look good. We can see that
But the
it
banana's
is
in the ship, not in the booster.
happening.
But yeah, it might have needed too much fuel. I don't know.
Hawthorne, continuing to react
Yeah,
to all
real
these
shame they
amazing
didn't catch
views that
it.
we're getting. The next milestone
But if they blew it up,
is,
I know they don't want to show that, but it'd be kind of fun for
great
everyone to
news
see
there.
that as well.
Starship terminal guidance, referring to what we see here on our screen, the upper stage, at about 8 minutes 35 seconds or so, we have ship engine cutoff, which will be the cutoff of the Raptor engines.
They're showing a lot more angles this time than they did before.
We can see on our screen ship giving us some incredible views brought to us by Starlink. This view is also very interesting because we can see basically the receding tile line that we referred to earlier, where we mentioned we have removed a number of heat shield tiles in order to test out and push the envelope on the ship and demonstrate what its capabilities are.
Ship engine cutoff.
And there we just heard call out for SECO, ship engine cutoff. Great news there, everything continuing to look awesome for ship.
Full view looking aft on ship here.
Ship FTS is saved. Nominal orbit insertion.
There's that call out we were waiting for. Confirmation of good orbital insertion for ship today.
Yep, I'm still stuck in the
It
queue
has
as well.
been a
I don't
very
think we're going
exciting
anywhere tonight.
afternoon so far. We'd like to send it back over to Dan, who can give us that live view experience. Dan, once again, are you okay after witnessing another Starship launch?
Yeah, totally fine. It's you guys have to be jealous. This is the only way to do this. This is fantastic. No, it was really cool to see it lift off 33 out of 33. Didn't go for the booster catch today. Initially, we were good, and then we tripped a commit criteria and did the offshore divert. So we went and did that water landing, as everybody saw. We'll dig into it a little bit more, but again, we've done it once, we've now done it twice. We're going to keep trying to do it, as this is just a core capability of Starship and what's going to make it so incredible. There's a lot left. We're just about almost 10 minutes into this flight, so about 50 plus minutes still to go. Ship nominal orbit, so it's on its way around the planet. It's going to attempt to do an in-space burn. We're going to light one of those Raptor engines, the sea level ones in the middle, just to help demonstrate that we can relight in that microgravity environment. Really critical for deorbit burns as we start to do some orbital missions in the not too distant future. And then following that, we'll see a ship entry, maybe a splashdown. As you guys said, we're really going to be pushing
And
ship
you,
on
mate.
this one.
Thanks for
Pretty much
sticking around, Nick.
putting it in places where we
It's
expect
fun
it
to
might
hang
not be
out.
so great.
I'll be
And all
back
that's to try
on
and help us
tomorrow.
learn, see if we were a little too conservative.
Maybe
that opens
I
up
won't
more
promise the time,
capability for when
but
we start
sometime
catching
probably around
the
about
flight.
lunchtime.
I'll check back in with
Hopefully
everybody
I
in a
will
little
get
bit.
in and we can
I'm
start
gonna tune
on the
in and
career
watch
mode
the ship
tomorrow. But
fly
yeah,
around
thanks for
Plum
hanging
River.
out. Appreciate you
And hopefully we see
you
if
being
we
here
enter in the
and
not too
sticking
distant
around for the
future.
flight.
Back over to you guys.
Thanks, Dan. Development testing, by definition, is unpredictable, which we saw with super heavy splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico today, but that is exactly why we test. As is standard for these tests, the area around the pad and along the flight path was cleared prior to launch, and we expect the road and beach to remain closed until further notice.
Yeah, testing development flight hardware in a flight environment is what enables
There was
our
an
teams to
update
quickly learn and execute design changes and hardware
in the
upgrades to
Steam
improve the
discussion
probability of
15 minutes
success in the
ago
future. Please
that
do not
says they're
attempt to
aware
approach the
of
booster in the water
the
for your
long initial
safety
loading
as well
times and that
as
they
for
are
that of our team
working
that will
on
be
it,
working
but
on
it's due to
recovery.
large number of server requests.
We are going to continue though. The mission is
Doesn't
not
really
done.
make us feel better, though, does
Exactly.
it?
The mission's not over. Ship is still
And you're not allowed to
coasting,
respond to it.
but it has been nonstop since liftoff, and with the booster having completed its job for the day, we are going to take a short break for the next 35 minutes or so while ship continues to coast before re-entry.
A lot of people
Now,
saying they're
as
still
with
getting stuck in the
previous
customized
flights,
identity
Starlink may
page
enable
even
us
once
to
they
talk
get
to
in.
the ship through re-entry with no communication
Come
blackout.
on.
Now we are still testing Starlink during this phase of flight, so nothing is completely certain.
Yeah, so if we do have views, we will be sure to bring those to you live. And of course, one of those views include that of our, as we said before, surprise payload, the Banana. And we are looking forward to it. So we're going to come back in a few minutes, around T plus 35 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes for our coverage of Starship's re-entry, flip maneuver, landing burn, and hopefully see a splashdown.
She said 24 minutes. Tell you what, I'll take a break. I will leave the SpaceX stream running. I'll take a break for 20 minutes or so, and I will come back to see Splashdown with you.
just about 35 minutes into today's flight test, continuing to get some live views from Starship itself as it continues to make its way around the globe. We are coming up on what we will hopefully see is our in-space relight demonstration. This will be firing up one of those 3 sea-level Raptors on the very aft end of the ship and essentially reigniting it while we're in that microgravity environment in Earth orbit. We had attempted this once previously on Flight 3, but ended up skipping it when we had some attitude control issues with the ship. And we are on the dark side of the planet right now, so views are going to be a little bit dark, but hopefully we see some engine light come on as we do this relight test. This is a pretty critical capability for doing deorbit burns. This is not a deorbit burn. Want to stress that we're on a trajectory where if we didn't fire off the engine at all, we are definitely coming home. Ooh, seeing some thunderstorms down on the ground. That's pretty cool. But this is not a deorbit burn. If we didn't fire this engine, we're on a intentional suborbital trajectory. So no matter what, we're coming in over the Indian Ocean. Firing off the engine does change your exact splashdown point a little bit, but we've got this keep out zone across the entire Indian Ocean that we made sure was clear ahead of flight, and we continue to monitor during, but we're going to aim for that and hopefully see this relight test coming on in about a minute. It's just going to be one of these engines, and it uses what's called the header tank, so these small spherical tanks in the very top of Starship up in the nose cone. They don't require nearly as much gas to pressurize as your main tank, so they're really useful for any in-orbit maneuvers and then for landing burns. So if we make it to a landing burn today, we'll be using them for that as well. So we should be coming up in just about the next minute. Should be under a minute now away from that expected ship burn. And again, we've relit Raptors pretty frequently. We just did it with the landing burn and that boost back burn on the booster, and we've done it on ship landing burns. We just haven't done it in this microgravity environment where your propellant management and a lot of other things are different as you're not weighed down by the force of Earth's gravity. And just heard the call out for startup. There's some light. There's that Raptor relit. And shut down. All right, there you have it. The first time ever lighting a Raptor while in outer space, other than our ascent burn. So really cool to see that relit. That's a pretty critical capability that we're going to need when we're doing orbital missions in the not too distant future. So check another one off. That was a really cool. That was an objective we really wanted to hit on this one, and so good to see ship knock that one out in orbit. But for now, we're going to coast for just a little bit longer, and then it'll be time for ship entry. So we'll get the usual light show as we return from hypersonic velocities. We're just starting to do the entry prep for that, so we're going to get the flaps positioned, and then it's going to start taking the brunt of all of that heat as you're coming in from well in excess of 10,000 miles an hour. That's all going to build up a lot of heat as you're encountering an increasing atmosphere, building up that friction. And we're going to see how the tiles fare. We've also got some pretty cool tile experiments that we'll talk about in a little bit. But coming up real soon, ship re-entry, successful relight, and we'll start this entry part soon.
We're back. How many have we kept with us? We're on re-entry. Look at that plasma build up. That's cool. I can see I'm still in the queue for Flight Sim. Unbelievable. Oh, actually, it's very believable.
Starship is at 100 kilometers altitude. Good attitude for atmospheric entry.
100 kilometers altitude. There we go. I'm shading way too much on stream. I don't even know why I'm still leaning on the joystick. I'm not going to be flying tonight. Wow, it's like ice or something that's built up at the bottom there. What are those? We have been live for 6 hours and 23 minutes. Wow, look at all the different plasma builds ups. I love all these camera angles that they give you. Has anybody got into Flight Sim yet? Or is everybody still just waiting in a queue or given up and gone to bed? Nobody in the Steam forums is saying they got through, saying they got in. Just doing some research for the community folder that's being forced into your C drive. Oh, that's interesting. Take a look at that. 50 minutes, 97%. That was there before I left. No, still 10 of us. Yeah, we got some loyal viewers today. I gotta say, I appreciate that, considering it has been queue watching. I hope tomorrow morning is better. I hope they get it fixed for the morning.
Starship's 6th test flight. It has been an exciting
But I'm
day so
glad you
far.
found this
We lifted off
entertaining
the
enough to
starbase
stick
at
around and
4
support the
PM
channel.
Central Time. The Super Heavy booster and ship had a successful separation as well as a good boost.
Watching me
burn
lose my mind
and
for the
good
last 6.5
separation of the hot
hours.
stage adapter.
Oh dear.
We did not attempt a return to the launch site and attempt today when strict criteria were not met, and the Super Heavy booster executed a planned divert to a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, obviously we were hoping to come back to the tower, but this was a test and we knew that it was a very viable possibility.
Starship is at 85 kilometers. Flaps now have control of the vehicle.
All right, great news there, turning our attention over to the star of the show here, giving us these amazing views once again. We heard the call out there telling us that the Starship vehicle is now 83 kilometers above, coming up around T plus, well now actually, the ship, as you can see, is beginning to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. As a reminder, one of the main goals of today's
for a
flight
whole
test
while.
is
Look at
for
the
ship
plasma
to
build
make
up.
it through the extreme heat of re-entry and to do so in a controlled manner. Now, re-entry is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communication capability with the spacecraft because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, which is roughly 8 kilometers per second or about 5 miles per second. Now at those speeds, yep, pretty fast, the spacecraft is moving through the atmosphere rather quickly, and that results in friction as we can see that starting to happen on our screen, and this creates a plasma field around the vehicle. That blanket of plasma distorts communication frequencies, so it's not uncommon to experience brief blackouts in communication.
I've just seen. Anybody who wants to see the booster blow up,
Starship is approaching the peak heating phase of entry.
every astronaut has it. They had a camera on the point where it landed.
And
So when
we discovered
SpaceX cut
getting
away, they
into
were
the
still
peak
filming,
heating
and they've
phase,
got
we're
a
getting
shot
these
of it
views
going boom.
courtesy of Starlink.
And it's quite
We've got
incredible.
4 different terminals on the ship itself. It's what's really allowed us to get real-time data during what's otherwise been just a mystery box, essentially, for spacecraft design, where when you're re-entering through the atmosphere, at least getting anything in real time hasn't ever been possible before. But we're able to not just get these views, but real-time telemetry from the ship as it's coming through.
Yeah,
do
Starlink's a
really
game
wanna
changer.
stress that we are really pushing the ship today. The heat shield is not in the same configuration as it was last flight, where we had a team of ship techs do just an otherworldly task, replacing the entire heat shield, thousands of tiles, installing a backup ablative, and that pretty much set us up to do a pinpoint landing on Flight 5. We did not do that with this one. We have some backup in those really sensitive areas around the flap, but this is an older generation heat shield. And knowing we weren't going to do that, we even went and removed some extra tiles. There are some missing tiles on the nose cone where we're testing some backups. There are some steel covered tiles in a couple of different spots, and there's also a whole lot more steel of the ship showing. As you guys talked about, we gave it a little bit of a haircut, a couple hundred tiles trimmed off the sides, and that's where we might have catch fittings in the future. But color's starting to come in, so it looks like things are going to start heating up, Kate and Jesse.
Yeah, fun fact, Dan, we actually
So it might not
removed
make it.
2,100
They are setting it
heat shield
up for
tiles
it
from
might not
Starship
make
in
it.
order to basically present that necessary receding line, which you kind of can see there in
But
your
Flight
view.
4 made it,
Think back to
even with
previous
the
flights,
earlier shield, so
the
there's no
heat
reason it
shield line
shouldn't.
came up further on the vehicle, and just like Dan said, we want to test the
Unless they're
vehicle
deliberately
beyond
uncovering
what
areas
we
that they
think it is capable
want
of
to check
carrying
if they're
based
weak or
on our
not.
simulations and calculations. So once again, to just be super plain, don't be
What time will I be on
surprised if
tomorrow
we see
morning?
some
I
wacky little
am
stuff
not
happen
sure
here.
yet.
We won't be.
It depends on a
There are
few
number of things
factors.
that we are testing out
Let's
intentionally
say
to
we'll
see
aim for about
what the ship
lunchtime.
can take.
Maybe a bit earlier.
Exactly.
So
And knowing what those limits are will
let's say
really
no
help
earlier than
us
11 a.m.
design the vehicle of the future. Essentially, removing those tiles helps us remove a lot of weight from the vehicle, a lot of things that might potentially need refurbishment in the future. And the goal is to come up with a heat
Seems
shield
strange that it wouldn't.
pattern or
Sorry, Dare.
design that we
It seems
don't
strange
have
that
to
your
refurbish.
community folder
We could
wouldn't just be in
continue to use it
your
over and over
Steam
again, and that's why we're
library.
changing some of those
Why it would be
tiles
somewhere
and,
else, but
moving stuff around.
I'll
We're
need to look
removing
into
a
it.
lot
I'm
of
not
those
sure what
tiles,
is.
as Kate has been mentioning.
'Cause I actually
Exactly.
didn't know where to
And,
install to
you
at
know,
all
looking
on mine.
forward to the Starship capability of the future, we want to be able to catch Starship like we do.
Because it
with
wasn't in my Steam
boosters.
library when I
So
checked
the next
earlier.
flight,
It might be there now.
we want to better understand where we can install catch hardware, not necessarily to actually do the catch, but to see how that hardware holds up in those spots. And today's flight will help inform, you know, does the stainless steel hold up like we think
It's
it
weird
may
that in
based
my
on
library I don't
experiments that
have
we
a
conducted on
2024
Flight
folder.
5. Now continuing to look, amazing views.
I need to check
Yeah,
where
Dan,
they've
go
actually
ahead.
installed it altogether.
No, I was just going to say, like,
They should have installed it
there's
in
so
my
much on
library,
this
but it
flight
doesn't seem to have done that.
We're doing
It's
to
there on
try
the
and,
C drive.
you know, make all the ships that we're about to start flying even better, just really understand what their
Check my library.
capabilities are going to be. We've got kind of
Properties.
the next gen ship lined up for Flight 7. It's got all of those heat shield upgrades and everything. And one of the things that we're going to be doing that's most interesting, and one of the reasons we wanted daylight, is we're going to be flying pretty aggressively as ship comes in. We're going to be kind of nose down, and we've done it in wind tunnels, we've done it in simulations. You might see the flaps really flapping around trying to control the vehicle. We're betting we might have a little bit more capability than we think in just the analysis, but always a chance that bet doesn't pay off. that just helps us know like what are our
Starship
limits.
is now halfway through the peak heating phase of entry.
Sweet, halfway there, halfway home, guys.
Oh, it's called
and
Limitless.
if you guys again can follow along with the altitude and the speed of ship as it's making its way back down to Earth, bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Speed is still going really,
Strangely,
really
they called it
fast.
Limitless and not
Again,
Flight Simulator.
As it gets closer to Earth, we'll see that altitude drop a little bit faster. It's kind of dropping pretty
that
slow right now.
true
and
for you
again,
too?
As we get closer and closer
In your Steam library,
to
Steam App's common.
literally the surface
Mine's
of
under
the
Limitless.
water, then we'll
It's
start
not
to see
under
that
Flight
speed pick
Simulator.
up. And if we can make it through
Just all the
this
install files,
re-entry,
not necessarily the common,
we will
the
attempt to
community
do that
folder.
flip maneuver
Although
once
I don't see a
again,
community folder
and
at all,
splash
I
down
will
in the
check my
ocean.
C drive.
Exactly. Like we've been saying, we are testing beyond the
Packages.
perceived limits of the vehicle.
Check, there's nothing in there.
We want to go
There's a
learn more
packages
about the ship,
folder,
and this is
maybe-
a great opportunity to do that.
maybe
so we're
just
really pushing the flight
dump it in
hardware
there,
in a
but that
flight
would be weird.
environment, to help inform these future designs. As we've mentioned, it has a different heat shield.
Nothing
This
in my
heat shield is
cache.
not the same generation as what we flew last time. This one is one generation older.
That's interesting.
So,
Okay, let me check C drive.
we are also testing out new secondary thermal protection materials. So basically, like if the heat shield isn't in this one spot, can this other material protect the metal is the thinking there. Also,
What's
checking of
the
ship's
location of the
structural
C drive
strength
that
in
it's
those
going to?
areas where we're looking to add that ship catch hardware just to see if it survives entry. So yeah, as we've been saying, we've done a lot of calculations and simulations. This view right here is super cool. This is looking out from the aft engine bay, basically at the bottom of Starship. Then on the center left-hand panel, if you will, we have one of the forward Starship flaps, so one of the flaps located at the top of the vehicle. Underneath that is one of the aft end flaps, like the one that we see in the main picture there on the right-hand side of your screen. Now these views as the vehicle continues to enter the Earth's atmosphere, drawing a crowd once again here at SpaceX in Hawthorne as folks tune in as the mission continues on. Now the next event that we have coming up, we should hear the call out that the vehicle is transonic around
Oh, it's in app data,
+1
really?
hour and 2 minutes or so. That means that the vehicle is traveling near the speed of sound. We say near the speed of sound because there are certain parts of the vehicle where airflow is going faster and other parts where it's going slower, so it kind of teeters there on the brink of the speed of sound. So once we have equal flow on all parts, then we'll hear it's subsonic.
Yeah, no.
Oh, and almost real quick, almost a reverse of, I'm sorry, Jesse, almost a reverse of before. We see the Earth starting to come into view. We've got sunrise there over the Indian Ocean. So this is going to look different from any of the re-entries we've had before. And it was specifically so like we get as much daylight as possible to see how ship does this. Over to you, Jesse. Sorry about that.
Dan, great minds think alike. That's exactly what I was going to point out, is that we're getting a lot clearer view of the Earth in the background with the different temperatures that we're seeing, with the different colors of that plasma around the ship, which is really, really cool to see.
I don't have a Limitless
Again,
folder. Oh wait, I've got Flight Sim 2024 folder. I do.
We are pushing the limits of ship
Jeez.
today, but so
Community,
far
yeah.
everything is looking pretty
Interesting.
nominal.
Yeah.
We'll see how the next few minutes
How big
goes.
is that
Yeah.
folder?
Like we've said before, don't be surprised if this is not
16.5
entirely
gig, and
smooth
it's in
sailing
roaming.
all the way down to the ocean's surface. Similar to Flight 5,
Oh,
we are targeting the
hell
same
no.
splashdown location in the Indian Ocean, but we are
I
not
bet that's a setting
expecting to
in the game.
recover the
You have to get
vehicle.
into the game to
Right,
change
and
it.
we were getting some glimpses of the flaps. The flaps so far
Because if that's where the
are
cache
looking pretty
is,
good. We're not seeing any burn
I'm going to
through.
run out of
There's
space,
those
and so is
flaps
everybody.
again,
That's potentially
in
causing
that
problems
hinge
for
area,
people.
which is our most concerning area there. That's great news for us for now. Again, the next few minutes could change as we continuously
There's no
push
Limitless
those
in there, but
limits.
there is a Flight Sim 2024. Limitless is in your
Once
Steam
we
library.
slow down
I have
a
Limitless in
little
the
bit,
Steam
once we're
library.
subsonic essentially, so I think that's about 1,200 kilometers
There we
an
go, start
hour.
slow down. The
Once
flaps and
we're
everything are
down
doing
below
fine.
that, that's
There's no
when
burn
we're
through on
gonna
this at
kinda
all.
Dip our nose down and get that more aggressive angle of attack. Normally we're just belly flop right into the water.
It's
pretty much
handling.
that position.
Sorry, I'm talking about Starship now. The Starship's handling that
If
plasma
we're gonna be able to do
ridiculously
return to
well
launch sites,
for only
we're
having
gonna
a
wanna be able to fly
basic heat
with
shield
a
on
little
it.
bit more of an angle of attack, get you a little bit more range as you're coming through, and so this'll be just a test to see quite how far can we push it. But
I
obviously
hope
we're
there's
gonna
a
do these
setting once
kinda
you get
tests
into
way
the
out
game
here in
to
super remote areas
change that,
before
because
you ever try to
having
bring
the
your ship
cache
back
on the
to
C
place
drive,
of
I don't have
starting.
space in the C
Remain on a
drive
good entry trajectory.
to
Exhale,
have.
temperature coming down.
Which I've only got like 30 gig
Alright,
free
great news there. That tells
on
us
my
that
C
we
drive.
are
That's gonna
through the
kill me
phase
if
of peak heating. So
I have to
we
have
are
everything in
expecting
there.
these temperatures to continue to come down.
Oh,
Once again, we are targeting a soft splashdown
that's
in
gonna
the
be
Indian
interesting.
Ocean, off the northwest coast of Australia. We can see
Yeah, I'll look into
these
that later
beautiful
on
views of planet
after my
Earth
stream.
coming
I'll
in.
comment
Now,
on
this
it
is very
tomorrow,
different
'cause
where
that's
we
gonna cause
had
problems
nighttime
for
views
loads of people that
of
have
the ship as it was re-entering.
their
And now
game
we've got
library in a
daylight.
different
It
drive
is
if it's
about an
forcing it
hour
into the
or
roaming.
so after sunrise there in the Indian Ocean. So pretty cool to see this.
Yeah, and it might not seem like it makes a huge difference, but we do get a little bit more light on ship as well for the camera views that we have, which is very beneficial for
Yeah, I'm
us
still
to
in the queue.
visually
So you're saying you got
see
taken into the
anything
queue, or you
and
got straight into the
try
gate?
and correlate that to any of the
I assume you mean
sensors
queue,
or
'cause you said
data that
queue.
we have on the vehicle.
Exactly.
still meaning
That
you're not
is
getting
why
in.
we shifted our launch window so that we could have that daylight in order to improve our observations of the vehicle. So not only are we getting all the raw data from all the sensors that are on board
Nothing's
Starship,
burning up.
but
They
we
have
also have multiple
they've got
cameras
way
and assets
better
out
at
there that are
sealing this
watching
up.
the vehicle and will also be able to tell us with this visual story that is.
Because even in the
also
last
very, very
fight, some of
important.
these things were burning up.
And as we get down a little bit lower, the Raptor engines are in their chill phase right now, so just essentially getting them primed to turn on. We're going to use those.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm
summer
bothering to
engines,
leave it running in the queue, to be
do
honest.
a landing flip and then a landing burn, so we'll come down kind of in that slightly pointed down belly flop and then fire off those engines to flip us around and then do that final landing burn. That should be coming up in just under 5 minutes from now, and then hopefully we start hearing some call outs on transonic and subsonic as we slow down. Again, once you hear Starship as subsonic, keep a close eye on the flaps. They're going to be working overtime essentially to maintain control of the ship as we get a little more aggressive with this.
We can see that we are beginning.
Starship has passed maximum entry dynamic pressure.
Oh, there's a bit of burn
Alright,
up
great
there.
call out there, but we can see on this view here that we do have some heating there on that looks like one of the forward flaps on Starship. This is to be expected. We knew that the vehicle would perform differently than what we had seen on Flight 5. This is actually really good data because it tells us what parts of the vehicle at this, what will soon be a higher angle of attack once we drop down below the speed of sound. We'll have a higher angle of attack, meaning we're going to be flying nose down, basically. So yeah, this is good news, but we can actually, looks like that heating is starting to cool off there.
Yeah, it's a little burn
Yeah,
through.
it's doing fine.
Again, it is important to note when we start seeing that through the ship's descent as well. So like Kate was saying, we're getting some really good data here. Looks like the other flaps are doing a little better than the one that has a little burn through, which is some good news. Again, constantly watching. We've got a couple minutes until we're expecting to make it all the way back down to Earth.
Exactly. And like we said before, we are not expecting to recover the ship, although that would be great. It'd be a nice bonus if it happened, but it's not really in our expectations today. We really want to push the hardware, as we've been saying, but really the telemetry and the data and the
They're gonna
video
blow it
that we
up. Stop
receive all the
lying.
way to the end is truly what we're looking for and will help inform the future
You're
designs.
gonna blow it up and
of
hopefully
this
blow it up
vehicle.
on stream so we can all see it.
We can see some flap movement as the camera is moving around. That's what you're seeing there is the flaps adjusting. When we have a camera on one of the flaps there, this is the view that you're seeing there. And you can also see the graphic in the bottom.
Starship is slowing down past Mach 1.
And call-outs aligning with this, you can see the orientation of the vehicle starting to change. You can follow that graphic at the bottom of your screen. Again, that is why those flaps are changing. They control the orientation of the vehicle.
Yeah, there are four.
This is
Go ahead, Dan.
Starship has started the subsonic belly flop, remains on a good trajectory.
I don't know about you lot, but seeing this sort of
when
turning like
things
that, it's kind of
roll,
making my
start to
stomach
get
turn a little bit.
interesting. So this is when we're moving slower than the speed of sound. You can see that.
Because if you think
nose
you're on that,
slowly
it's
starts
just
to dip
free
down.
falling.
And we're going to try and maintain flap control the whole way, but we are just a couple minutes away from hopefully doing
Basically
a
a skydiving
landing flip and landing flip if the flaps can hold together.
Yeah, this
skyscraper.
is such a cool view. This reminds me of when we first performed the belly flop maneuver on the high altitude test with serial number 8. We saw the ship come back through, and I always wondered what it looked like from the ship's perspective, and this perspective I think helps inform that. We will be, as Dan said, we will be dipping down a little further and really be flying nose first. This higher angle of attack, you know, we're intentionally doing it to stress those aft flaps, and that will help inform the limits of
If
flap
it starts
control
flipping and
in order
spinning
to
around,
collect
that'd be
data
hilarious.
for future landing
Because like
profiles.
a flap falls off. I mean, nobody wants to see that. We want to see them succeed. But entertainment value for the end of the night.
We're looking good so far. We've just got about 5 kilometers in altitude to go. We'll ignite the engines when we're still just a couple hundred meters over the ground, do that flip.
Starship is
and
passing
landing
through
burn.
5 kilometers
As you
altitude,
get
remains on a
closer and
good
closer to the
trajectory.
ground,
I have a feeling this is going to look so
becomes
cool as it
absolutely
passes through the
terrifying.
clouds.
Because I feel like I'm on the ship.
Obligatory shout out to the entire avionics team on Starship.
You imagine having VR,
And there's that nose down
a
orientation.
VR view of this.
Now the Raptor engines will relight and help flip the booster back up. This is a more severe flip given the orientation. The engines will shut down prior to the water making impact, prior to the vehicle making impact with the water.
Our ship is doing great so far.
There it goes.
Those engines relighting.
There's the flip.
What a great reorientation by Starship.
No way.
All 3 down to 2 into the water.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
And they'll cut away.
That ship splashed down in the Indian Ocean.
Oh, look at that. It went down gently, too.
So
They're going to show you the buoy view. They've got a buoy in the water.
action here. Daylight views.
It's flaming.
Incredible. We really pushed the limits on ship and it made it all the way back down to Earth.
I wonder if they blow it up.
shocked, to be honest. I think many
I mean, it's
folks
burning
are.
up anyway.
The fact that it survived all the way
They
through
might try to recover
while
it. That'd be cool.
flying a lesser gen heat shield is just absolutely incredible.
I
and,
doubt
turns
they're.
out the
I mean, I
vehicle
hope
had
they're
more
working late to
capability
fix
than
it,
our
dear.
calculations predicted, and that is why we test like we fly.
Exactly why we do that. And those views were absolutely incredible to watch. Because of Starlink, we were able to get the views.
But
all
I
the
just
way
like to get
down,
into
as
the
well as
sim.
the
Like, I can worry about my
seeing
storage
ship touchdown in
problems
daylight.
later.
So cool. So
If I
cool.
could just get in.
Now we want to, unfortunately, wrap up the show.
Yeah, that's the end of that. We don't need to watch the rest of that, so we can just kill that. And I think with that, that will also wrap it up for me for the day. So, 6 hours and 45 minutes of streaming. Unfortunately, we didn't even get to take off. I am going to be live tomorrow from around about lunchtime. So, set notifications, ring that bell, all the good YouTube stuff, like and subscribe. And we'll do it all again tomorrow. And with that, I wish you all a good evening, and hopefully you all get better luck getting into the sim than I did. Good evening, and see you tomorrow.